At this point in time, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the March meeting of the Burlington School Board. We will begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Oh, roll call.
Oh, somebody needs a sheet?
Yeah. It would be helpful. Liz, would you mind? Nope.
Kathy Chasen.
Here.
Liz Curry. Here. Linda Deladuca.
Here.
Jill Evans.
Here.
Rebecca Grimm. Here. Patrick Halliday.
Here.
Greg Jenkins.
Here.
Aaron Kranichfeld. Alan Matson.
Here.
Bernie O'Rourke.
Here.
Keith Pillsbury.
Here.
Miriam Stoll. Here. Ben Truman. Meredith Woodward King.
Here.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Commissioner Chasen, seconded by Commissioner Halliday. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Liz?
I would like to amend the agenda to discuss policy and procedures ACAG.
Okay, and I actually think the place for that to be would be under our Policy and Advocacy Committee area. Not seeing a better place for it. Basically, I'll put that at the top of the, which would make it 11 pre-A under Policy Advocacy. I would also like to propose a change in the timing on the agenda of the board recognition. Erin's not here.
She is coming though, you know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I had known of a couple members of the community who were trying to make it for public comment, but I actually think my understanding is they probably have made it here by this point, so I think I don't need to do that. We'll put that back at the point where, just leave that alone. So the one amendment right now is to add a discussion of, which is it again, Liz?
Policy ACAG.
Policy ACAG, under Policy Advocacy Committee, under 11 pre-A. Miriam.
So I know that there was an issue that was thought about being brought up in executive session, and I'm wondering whether that's the appropriate place to put it and whether we should have a discussion about that. I'm referring to the superintendent evaluation.
That is my understanding of what the executive session is that we have, is the discussion of the superintendent evaluation.
Okay, just want to make sure that's on there. Thank you.
I thought we had a second item for, maybe not.
What I would say about it, if another item comes up that needs to be discussed in executive session, we would include it in the motion.
Fair enough.
Any other discussion of the agenda? All in favor of the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimous. At this point, it is the time for public comment. It is a time for members of the public to weigh in on issues related to the schools, and it is not a time in which we will engage in debate, but we welcome the opportunity to hear from the public. And so, as I mentioned, we do have the sign-up sheet that is off in the corner on the round table. If someone actually could bring me that so that we have. But as I said before, if you haven't signed up and you still would like to make comment, we can include you at the end. Typically with public comment, we try to keep comments to 3 minutes. And if your time is running short, I will sort of make a motion and then indicate when 3 minutes is up so that others can speak as well as the board can do the board work on this evening. So tonight, first speaker will be Melody Daigle, followed by Lee Orlando. So Melody, yeah, you just come up right there, introduce yourself to the board, and the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Melody Daigle. I teach over at Hunt Middle School. I've been in the district for about 25 years. Our district has stated 2 goals that mean a great deal to me and to many members of our community: to increase the diversity of our staff and to retain diverse staff members once they join our district. You, the members of the school board, have committed to hold us accountable in this area, and I am very, very grateful for that. And I ask you to live up to that obligation in the matter of the principal position at Hunt Middle School. For the past 2 years at Hunt, we have had a strong interim administrative team made up of Rich Amato as principal and LaShawn Whitmore-Sells as assistant principal. Today we received the news that Jeannie has chosen Les Falon to fill the Hunt principal position starting in July. At that point, Rich will return to his assistant principal position, and LaShawn will no longer have an administrative position at Hunt Middle School. So after several years of soul searching as a district, after conversations and trainings and protests, after broadcasting far and wide our intention to grow as a district in the area of diversity, our administrative team, which currently includes a talented, smart, impressive, confident Black woman, is going to become a team of 2 white men. What on earth is going on with this? It cannot possibly be the right move. I believe, in fact, that this outcome, this really distressing situation, comes not from any issue at Hunt or any lack in the performance of the administrative team that we have, but I think it partly comes from bad timing. I believe that the whole principal search process was created to widen the pool of candidates so that we could have more diversity in our candidate pool, which I completely support. In this case, though, I think a one-size-fits-all approach got stuck to in a situation where it would have made a lot more sense to continue with the team we have now, but once it got going, everybody kind of recognizes how frustrated the members of our community have become with school costs, which was reflected really resoundingly in the recent budget vote. And our district's nationwide searches and our cumbersome hiring process are really obvious examples of a place where voters might well question how well the district is using their money. And based on past searches, I believe that voters are questioning whether the process is worth the time and money it involves, and I believe the pressure to show that the process paid off must have been really strong in this situation, but too bad. I am sure that Les Falon is a good guy with talents to offer the district, but we are not lacking talented, nice white guys in Vermont. We are lacking an opportunity to show our kids and our families that we are a district that is committed to doing things differently, and that we are a district where the commitment to diversity translates into broad thinking decision when it counts. I think our commitment is being put to the test here, and the decision to replace Rich with Les Falon, thereby pushing LaShawn out of our school, is a decision that will make a lasting impression on our entire school community. And there is nothing that explains it to us, not to us staff, not to our families. There is nothing in Les Falon's resume and nothing in the performance of our current administrative team to justify a move that results in the loss of a strong Black leader in the north end of Burlington schools. I have a great deal of respect for Jeannie, and she knows that I do. And I really appreciate all the time and thought she puts into our district, and I know she works harder than anybody else in this room. And I'm surprised, I never thought I would ask this, but I ask this board to please not support her choice for principal of Hunt Middle School. Thank you.
Next is, Next is Lee Orlando, followed by Martha Lang.
Can I make one follow-up, just a simple question for the last speaker? It's like a reflection. Can I do that? Quick question.
Miriam, in the end, it's not usually what I mean, if it's a correction of a fact, then I would hold back. I think it's not, it would be a precedent that we haven't really had before.
Okay, I'll ask later.
Go ahead, Lee, thanks.
Hello, good evening. I'm Lee Slocum Orlando, and you will also hear emotion in my voice. For that reason, I did not prepare specific notes or anything written. I want you to know that I'm a product of Burlington schools. My children went to Burlington schools. Both my parents were Burlington teachers. And I am so lucky to be a Burlington teacher for so many reasons, and mostly because I believe in the vision of this district. I adore working with the diverse students, their wonderful ideas, their energy, their challenges. This is an amazing place to work and to be, and it's also very challenging and demanding. And again, like Melody, I applaud Jeannie for her leadership. And I thank you, the board, for your dedication to Burlington students. But I am upset and angry knowing that our strong administrative team at Hunt Middle School will not be in place next year. And I'm really speaking also, and if I can be so presumptuous to speak for them, I'm speaking for the young women of color that I work with every day. And I look at LaShawn and I think what this woman means to those young women that I teach. And that they see a leader and an educated woman who's smart and caring and has a perspective that I as a white woman can't have, much as I may try to do that. And that presence in our school will not be there next year. And that really, really upsets me. I am not a particularly politically active person, and I've never once in all my years in Burlington sat before the board. But today I'm here to say, please, let us keep LaShawn and Rich as our administrative team. We need them. We work well as a team, as a school team. Together, we have the very best interests of our students, and we work toward that. And I think it's reflected every day. If you could please come and see what happens in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Martha Lang, followed by Kate Jesdale.
My name is Martha Lang, and I live on Colchester Avenue. And I just want to say that I attended the Ira Allen School. I'm deeply appreciative of all the money that the taxpayers put into this fine building and my education. However, I do not support fudging figures, nor do I support wasteful and unnecessary spending. At a special board meeting last week, you voted to lease the Taft School for 180 years at a price that is less than a 3-bedroom apartment in that area. There is no consideration, and you have no idea where the 70 high-risk and vulnerable students will be placed. That to me is unconscionable. And by the way, there was a 3/4 acre playground at Taft School before it became paved. And those 70 high-risk special students have no playground. I just want to go over a few of the points that you voted for last week. The City of Burlington owns Taft School, so if in fact it is leased, sold, that $1.6 million will go to the City of Burlington. And since the court order that permits the Taft School to be sold states that the money should be used for city schools, and they have redefined city schools to be educational purposes, $1.6 million would be very nicely used down at the Moran plant for educational purposes for programs for students. It doesn't have to go to the public schools. And I just want a few points I want to make about the lease that you voted for. there's asbestos in Taft School. You agreed to assume that the city will assume all past, present, and future liability on the asbestos in Taft School, and that at the direction of the University of Vermont, you will pay to have it removed. If the University of Vermont moves, they have the right to take all the electrical fixtures, all of the electrical work that they plan to put in, the boiler, the heating system, the cooling system. They can take everything that they have installed in that building with them when they move. The other thing that you agreed to was that the University of Vermont can sublet that building. Now, you have no place to put the 70 vulnerable high-risk students. Let's say in 2 years the University of Vermont fixes that building up and you're still looking for a location for the students. I bet UVM would be more than glad to lease that building to you at quadruple the price that you are charging them. There's nothing in this lease that prevents them from doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kate Jesdale, followed by Allison Seeger.
Hi, I'm Kate Jesdale. I'm a teacher at Hunt Middle School, and I just have a quick statement, and that is in response to the principal hiring. There's a line in Jeannie's memo to us all that said, after an extensive search with input from teachers and parents, community members, and students. And I just wanted to say that as a teacher at Hunt Middle School who was trying to be involved in the process, it was very difficult to be involved and to give input. The communication to us was obscure, I guess. It took me a long time to figure out that it was on a web page in the HR section of the district web page where we were supposed to find out about times for interviews and such. And after rescheduling childcare once or twice because dates had shifted, I gave up, to be honest, and stopped giving input because I couldn't arrange childcare one more time to have it then be canceled the day before. I just couldn't do that to the people that I was asking to take care of my kids. So I don't know how many people at our school I represent, but I do want to say that at least some of us tried to give input and were unable to.
Thank you, Kate. Allison Seeger, followed by Ann Tewksbury-Fry.
Hi, I'm Alison Seeger. I'm a resident of Ward 5, I believe, who I very disappointingly discovered voted down the budget, and I'm really sorry that that happened, because I think it was a budget that should have passed. So now I'm really aware that you guys have really huge decisions that you guys have to make, and I would just really urge you to really be thinking about the work that you've done so far around issues of inclusion and diversity and equity. And when you're making the budget decisions that you have to make sure that the people who don't have loud voices and who won't be shouting for the sports to be kept and won't be shouting for Spanish or whatever it is that is on the chopping block, that you're remembering the issues that you guys have voted on, that you now believe in around issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think you've started a journey, and I feel very anxious now that you guys are in a crisis, that things are just going to be cut and could have significant impact on the least vocal members of our community. And I guess I'm not speaking for them, I'm speaking with them, because I think you have some very tough decisions to make, and I really hope you make the right ones that aren't steps back, but continue to be steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Ann Tewksbury-Fry. And currently Ann is the last person on the list. Okay, Josh Chasen, I'll write down for name.
Good evening. I'm Ann Tewksbury-Fry, and I'm currently the sustainability coach at the Sustainability Academy at Lawrence Barnes. It's a position that I've held for 5 glorious years, and I feel confident and comfortable speaking about my position as coach because I'm actually retiring this year. So it's a little easier for me to speak to the position and for the magnet schools because I don't feel like I'm speaking for my job and saying to Keith or to Alan or somebody, don't fire me, don't cut me. I can talk about it in a little more objective fashion. So I just wanted to let you know that I've also taught in Burlington for about 26 years. 40 years altogether as an educator, and feel so blessed to have spent so much of my time in Burlington. I'm also in the unique position, as many teachers are, of being a resident of Burlington, so I'm a taxpayer. My husband and I brought up our children to graduate from the Burlington schools and go on to get college educations. And for that we thank Jeannie and the school board and for the amazing teachers. If you are leaving the school board after so much service, I want to say thank you. I think your job is incredibly hard. So much so that I wouldn't apply for that myself. But I want to invite and welcome new school board members. And I want to just tell you a minute or so worth of information about the Sustainability Academy, and even smaller amount about the Integrated Arts Academy, of which I know a little bit less. But 5 to 10 years ago, Jeannie and a task force and other community members had a vision of socioeconomic integration and decided that the magnet schools were the way to go. And we were able to come on deck as coaches to help move that vision forward. And in tough times, I know that you have budget cuts to make, but I would also remind you in a really wonderfully friendly, warm fashion that you are visionary souls. And I look to you for keep continuing that vision. I look for you to be the Lorax and speak for the trees when there's so many difficult decisions ahead of you. Because if not you, then who? We need your vision, we need your love, we need your support to help carry us through the next several years and decade, when Burlington is the only school district that I know anywhere close around that has school choice. We have school choice in public schools, and the Sustainability Academy has had the honor of being the only public elementary school for sustainability in the nation. There are charter schools, there are private schools, but there are no public schools. And this has come about through the nurturing of this board and its leadership. This is a time when Burlington may be able to spread its wings a little further and have other elementary schools provide a school choice for students in Burlington. And then when they get done with their elementary school education, they have to go somewhere. And our middle schools know that they're coming. These students with leadership and student voice and being able to take care of the world and learning about place education and making a difference when they're 6 and not waiting until they're 18. So I want to thank you for all that you've done. I want to let you know how much I appreciate that, but I also want to say please take care of our children and our magnet schools in providing them with coaching as they continue on their way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Joshua Chasen. And then if other folks wish to speak, please let me know after Rabbi speaks.
I'm Joshua Chasen. I live and work in Ward 1. I want to follow up on the last two speakers. I am delighted to say that I am the partner of Kathy Chasen, who has served on this board with distinction for 8 years and worked effectively to help make equity the central value of the Burlington schools. I trust that you share with me the expectation that Burlington is a fair place to live. It would be the height of unfairness to balance the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable of our children. I truly hope that leaders of this city, the mayor, members of the city council, will now speak out and lobby for keeping in place our nascent efforts at closing the achievement gap amongst our students. I know it will require political courage. This board, too, and the incoming board. There's going to be a great need for political courage. This board made a commitment to equity, which it needs to, and the incoming board needs to, stand by. Doing the right thing is its own reward. Yet we must also keep in mind that failure to move forward to close the achievement gap will increase the social and economic divide in Burlington, with painful consequences seen elsewhere in our country. Certainly all of us want a quality of life in Burlington based on an educated labor force so that businesses continue to come here and grow our economy. Now is a time for all of us who are committed to equity and closing the achievement gap. Whatever our differences in the past about strategy or tactics, now is a time for all of us to come together because equity is on the line in this struggle over how you are going to respond to the rejection of the school budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak during this time? This will close public comment for the evening, and the rest of the time will be board deliberation. Okay, seeing no other comment, I would move on. Miriam, you said you wanted to make a public reflection-like comment.
I just want to comment if you look in front. I noticed you had a little. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I need to get back to the agenda. I just got it back up. At this point, it would be time for the board report. And the first item on the board report portion is board recognition. This year, we have a total of 7 school board members, and that includes our student members, for whom this is the last regularly scheduled school board meeting. And as often the case, we have the infamous parting gifts. And so I have asked different board members to make some comments about each of the members who are heading out. So I will just I have the small plaques here, and I will just ask particular board members to make comment. The first plaque that I pull out is actually for our student member, Henry Prine, who I'm sure will probably stick around and go to meetings through the end of the school year, but this is the evening when we do this. And I guess I will comment on Henry myself, in large part because last night I went to a city council meeting, and Henry, I don't know if he led a group of students, but he certainly was with a group of students that also included Xander, who's sitting next to him, who spoke quite forcefully and eloquently and appeared to have gained quite a bit of support for a petition they offered up to the city council related to support of the bus drivers in the current CCTA situation. Henry displayed leadership, he displayed eloquence, he displayed the ability to motivate his peers. It is these qualities, Henry, that have really impressed all of us as you've sat with us this year, weighed in on debate, and been a very valuable member of the school board. So Henry, thank you very much.
Henry, it's kind of like an Academy Award, but you don't have to walk up any stairs.
Keith? The next I have is here.
I'm going to talk about this on. I'm going to talk about Kathy Chase.
I gave you Bernie's first.
Oh.
You can talk about Kathy as well.
I'll talk about Bernie too. I don't have a very good voice though tonight.
Oh, the switch got turned off.
1, 2. Okay. Okay, I will talk about Kathy first. It's right in front of me. Kathy joined the board 8 years ago, and we were in particularly issues then where we need the need to transition our high school. There were a lot of concerns about what was going on in our high school and the education for our students in the 21st century. So Kathy was a member of the curriculum committee, and we met many hours, even day-long retreats to talk about how are we going to go about getting staff input, staff commitment to change. And it's through that effort that the Nellie Mae Foundation grant came about, and Partnership for Change. And so you right at the beginning of that, Kathy, which was not surprising because at the same time we had just gotten a report back from the Equity and Excellence Task Force about the need for social economic integration in our schools. And I think you probably remember we were in assemblies at the Memorial Lounge at UVM in front of about 150 parents, very concerned parents, very passionate parents, about the fact that they were going to have their students, all of our Ward 1 students, redistricted by the administration to another school. And we sat through that and tried to figure out how are we going to resolve this passion and still be able to support equity and socioeconomic integration. And it was through the discussions of community discussions and the work that we did that you participated on the board that we were able to get to the point of getting to a vote on having magnet schools in our district and the implementation of social economic integration. It's very important to me that I remember watching you walk down with a group down Church Street that first fall when the magnet schools opened, because there was a sense of pride that you had in all of the work that you were doing to bring about socioeconomic integration and equity within our district. It also, I think the word distinguished service also has to come about because of the quiet work that you've done in negotiations, negotiating with the parents, negotiating with the teachers several times. In the last round, making every meeting, sitting there patiently, quietly as we continue to negotiate with the teachers. And I think for all of this work, Kathy, and all of the effort that you put in, all of the extra time and meeting with the constituents, coffees at the Bagel Cafe, and especially taking on constituent concerns that I know that you've done at Edmonds Elementary. I want to thank you for your service, and it's really appreciated. Thank you very much.
I was going to just say that we're trying to have board members from within the wards talk to each of the other board members. Unfortunately, Ben Truman is sick this evening, so I've also asked Keith if he could talk for Bernie as well.
Well, I have his voice, so I have the same head cold, I think. The first time I met Bernie, we were right in the middle of making decisions about what were we going to do. Obviously, our districts, our parents were not in love with redistricting, and we had to figure out another way. And we were right in the middle of making the decisions on our next moves. And Bernie came in and very quietly got involved in the conversations, and again, another person helpful in moving us towards where we went in the magnet school programs. But as an architect, he had another expertise that he brought to the board, and that was understanding of facilities and the need to continue to maintain our facilities, which were aging, which we all know, but which we hadn't been putting a lot of money into because of our budget restrictions that we put on ourselves through the 80s. He came in following Wally Elliott, and who was a Ward 4 commissioner who really got us on preventive maintenance, and Bernie carried through on that. I remember the most kind of, the time when he came to my attention the most was when he, at the last minute of one of our budgets, he decided he wanted to add $1.5 million to the budget to put the elevator that was desperately needed at Edmonds Middle School. And I was appalled. I was like, how am I I can't add to this budget, but it's something that I supported. Well, he didn't gain my support that time, but we did do it eventually, and we very much needed the elevator at Edmonds Middle School. The work that you're doing on renovation that you've done on renovation projects within the district, and the work that you've done on the planning for the transitioning of our high school is much appreciated, and we're going to miss your expertise, Bernie, and thank you very much for all the work you've done on the board.
Liz, would you turn to your right and say a few words to Rebecca, please?
So, Becca, I think you and I started at Barnes the first year, and it was almost the Sustainability Academy, well on its way. I think many of the teachers had already embraced the program, and I think we served on the PTO together too. So it's been 6 years, I think, on our journey together through the schools, and then when Counselor Vince Brennan stepped down, you stepped up to take the last year of his term, and then generously gave your time to stay on for 2 more years. So that was a real motivation for me to join the board. I was really looking forward to working with you, and you've been a great mentor. You've really been steadfast in your consistency and guidance on the Diversity and Equity Committee, and provided great leadership in terms of helping 2 new staff people in that office get off the ground last year and really support their work to implement systems that are very new to the district, and supported the goals that many of the board members have established for the committee. So what I've really enjoyed and appreciated about working with you is you have a very keen mind for the salient points of every issue, and you always seem to have the right question at the right time, and you have a very calm and sensible approach to problem solving, and a lot of sensitivity to the people that you work with. So thank you for your service and for your guidance, and we will miss you.
Meredith, we'd love to have you say a few words on behalf of Aaron.
Okay, where's that plaque?
Right here.
I was saying to Keith, I'm sort of brain dead tonight, and the years are all fusing together. I can't remember. So, Aaron, when I first met you, I think it may have actually, Aaron's been through a lot the last few years. I think when I first met her, she may have been involved in some sort of mayoral campaign. She was spending a lot of time at the MPA. She's been involved with the Neighborhood Planning Assembly for Wards 2 and 3 for many years. She was also in the teacher education program at St. Michael's College, wanting to become a teacher. And you know, you always ask such good questions when we from Wards 2 and 3, whoever the commissioners were at the time, myself included, would come and make budget presentations or speak about the school district. And, you know, when you're always looking for the next school commissioner when you're looking out there in the MP audience. And I said, Aaron, would you ever be interested in running for school board? And of course, you ended up running, and in that time, a lot of life changes came about. Erin ended up getting a job at Essex High School as an English teacher, and she had a baby last year. And so she went from somebody who wasn't a parent, wasn't a teacher, coming into these huge life changes, and the perspective she has brought as somebody very involved in politics in Burlington, very involved in her community, as somebody who's recently gone through teacher education, becoming a teacher, becoming a parent, just also a longtime Vermonter. I never asked, are you Vermont native? Almost.
6th grade.
Okay. So having lived in Vermont, out in Vermont, I think all of those perspectives served you well, and you brought this incredible knowledge base to the school board. And as a result, Erin has always been able to ask really some of the coming in very gently and quietly, asking the astute questions that need to be asked. And I want to say I very much appreciate that. I think sometimes she just cuts to the chase and is very pragmatic and practical and says, well, hello, what about this? And we all go, oh yeah, that's a really good question you just asked. And I want to say I very much appreciate that. I'm hoping, given your life changes and the fact that it's hard to keep serving right now with a 1-year-old and a teaching job, I'm hoping that you can continue to serve somehow, whether it's serving on committees or coming to public comment and reminding us about our goals for the school district and why we're all here. I hope that you continue to serve, because I very much think that you've been a great addition to the school board, and I'm sorry to see you go. Yeah. Thank you so much for your service.
Greg, I was wondering to say a few words about for Linda.
I've joked to Linda that it's her fault that I'm here, which it is true, but in actuality, Linda's been a tremendous mentor to me. I first met her 10-ish years ago when there was the big brouhaha with Burlington Telecom and Al Jazeera being on there. And since I served in the military, freedom of speech meant a lot to me. And Linda came up to me after and asked if I wanted to be on the MPA. And I had no idea what the MPA was. And she showed me the ropes. She has been such a great asset on this board. Tremendous outreach to the community. You know, every Wednesday morning you could find her at the bagel shop. If you had a question, you could just go there and talk to her. She's just been a tireless advocate, and she's going to do well. And Linda, thank you so much.
And the last plaque I'm holding here is for my ward compatriot, Jill Evans.
Bad order though, I was in 6. Should have gone before them.
Yeah, I didn't do it in number order. I just sort of did it as I pulled them out of the box. And Jill came onto the board 4 years ago, and she came on first off campaigning very hard to win her seat. And while she's been on the board, I would say campaigning is a word that is still what Jill does. She works with the board to work on initiatives, in particular in the world of diversity and equity. I think that the community who has worked toward inclusion, has worked toward the ideas of making our attempts to work on the achievement gap, a lot of the initiatives surrounding equity within the district owe a great debt to Jill Evans and her work in the past 4 years on the district. Just talking about diversity and equity does not do justice to everything Jill has done on the board. But I would, and I do want to highlight one other area though in particular, which was Jill, in my time on the board, really began some significant outreach into the rest of the elected communities by leading a couple events to host meetings with representatives and senators. And I think that these meetings have helped set the groundwork with some of our closer friends in Montpelier over the years, who have always had ears for us when we want to hear, and likewise known where to come back to talk to us when they want to make their points known to us. So Jill, for the 4 years on the board, in particular for the work on diversity and equity and the outreach that you've given this board into the world of the Montpelier elected community, thank you very much for your years of service. One person asked to speak.
I'm glad I got to go last, so then I got to speak.
easier.
This is fine. So I just want to say that I have the utmost respect and admiration for every single person who served on this board before I did, who served during the term that I have, and who's coming on to serve now. And that's whether or not we ever even had the same vote on any voting item. Being on the school board is a tremendous amount of work. It's pretty underappreciated, I think, by most of the people that are in our communities and in our district. We really don't understand what a commitment it is to really be a good board member, which takes a lot of time and energy and attention and commitment. And so I just have the utmost respect for everybody here and welcome the new board members. I brought a little token of appreciation. We're going to need chocolate tonight. It's going to be a long meeting. So there's a little chocolate star for all of you coming and going board members.
Thank you.
Because you're all stars in my mind.
Why don't you just start them around that end so they Well, thank you all again, and thank you all for the support, the dedication. I probably should have added up the years of service that we have represented leaving the board, but I think this is one of those years when, with six full board members who will be heading out, significant turnover, and again next year is going to be another year with redistricting where all 12 seats will actually be up for re-election. So I think that it is important at this time that we work again with our experienced members as well as developing new members. Two other things in the board report. One listed is the real estate transactions. I think since we had the meeting last Thursday at which we approved the Taft lease, that will be presented to the city's Board of Finance on the 24th to probably go to the City Council also on the 24th. There were a few comments made tonight about the Taft lease. I just wanted to weigh in on a couple of them. I think one of the things to remember in a long-term lease, in particular a lease structure that's set up where the payment is made up front, an annual amount needs to be stated in the lease. But when a payment is made up front, a different calculation actually needs to be made to figure out exactly what the equivalent lease payments are. And they are significantly different from, I think, some of the numbers that have been mentioned. Additionally, I wanted to mention on the asbestos comment, I think that is just wrong because the lease does state very specifically that the lessee is the one who's on notice that the premise contains asbestos. And I know this is a question that came up with the board on some other issues. I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware as well. And not only is it aware that it contains asbestos, but following occupancy date, that they will be responsible for any additional containment that is necessary based on their actions related to asbestos. I think that's just a point that I think I wanted to make sure I cleared up for the board. The one other point I wanted to mention tonight, I sent to the board the resolution that was passed by City Council last evening on the committee that is being formed, the committee to look at the budget items, to look at jointly working together on capital plans, reaching out to other communities, and such. Again, I passed that out. I did reflect at the board meeting in public comment that we had put some additional points into our response letter to the mayor, and I wanted to make sure that those were acknowledged, or at least made aware to the city council. The mayor's office, he certainly responded that he's well aware that he did respond in the comment section to the resolution, that he, understood that they were there and, they will be addressed, and that it was just in the city council resolution that those items were missed. I don't know if anybody had any further questions about either of those particular items right now. Miriam?
So I was thinking about the possibility of perhaps the board should write a thank you letter to the city council acknowledging that we are happy to be moving forward on this with them, and in that letter using it as an opportunity to also remind them in writing of those particular issues that we had talked about, because those are important to us. So I'm not sure.
I can certainly take it upon myself to write to the board. I mean, to the council. We have written to the mayor on this, and I think writing to the council as well. I can certainly do that, and I would certainly reiterate almost identically what was in the letter that I wrote to the mayor. And I know that concern had come up from another board member as well. Anything else at this point? Then I will turn the floor over to the superintendent for the superintendent's report.
Actually,
question. Yes.
If I have something I want to share with the board, when is the time to do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This would probably be a good time, Henry. Yeah, exactly. I should have asked board members if they had anything else they wanted to share. Thank you.
So I just wanted to share Alan mentioned it earlier, but the petition. So on Wednesday in school, we got over 500 student signatures in just one day on a petition to support the CCTA bus drivers. Both Sandra and I worked on this, as well as a bunch of other students, and then 10 of us presented it at the city council meeting last night. It got some pretty great news coverage, and I just wanted to read the petition to you. So we, students of Burlington High School, support the CCTA bus drivers in their efforts to negotiate a fair contract. Thousands of students in our district every day use CCTA buses to get to and from school. The drivers of these buses deserve dignified working conditions and reasonable schedules to ensure the safety of students and the public. Management's push to extend the length of split shifts up to 13.5 hours means having fatigued and overworked drivers on the road, which would impact public safety and harm drivers' family lives. Management is also insisting on hiring more part-time drivers without benefits. To make ends meet, part-timers would have to work other jobs, contributing to fatigue and possible safety issues. Drivers describe a predatory management style which include disciplinary abuse, surveillance, and harassment by supervisors. Drivers often lack bathroom breaks and face arbitrary discipline. We call on CCTA management and the CCTA commissioners to meet the very reasonable and easy to accommodate demands of the drivers. It is irresponsible for CCTA management to provoke a driver strike that would make it difficult or impossible for many students to get to school. In addition, we call on Mayor Weinberger and the Burlington City Council to support the bus drivers who play a vital role in our community and school system. And so we presented that petition at the City Council meeting, and I think it was a pretty clear kind of message of support from students. Very few students who we asked to sign said no. It was basically well over 90% of the students asked signed the petition. And I think that it was just a really clear show of support for the really important members of our community who we see every morning before and after school.
Thank you. And again, I thank you, Henry, for holding me in line there. Were there any other board members who had comment or items they wanted to mention at this time? At this point then, Jeannie, I can turn the floor over to you finally.
Okay. Well, along with welcoming the many members of Hunt Middle School tonight, thank you for coming out on an evening. I also want to acknowledge that there are several members of
Let's use this one.
Right.
That doesn't appear to be-
there are several members of our administration here tonight as well, I think. And I appreciate the engagement of all of you who have worked hard all day, as well as the other members of our audience. Okay. I would like to actually, for the first item on my report, turn to Kathy Chasen as the board's liaison for Partnership to Change to bring you up to date on what's happening there.
The partnership is planning another series of neighborhood learning conversations that will culminate in one of the big community learning conversations. And as a follow-up to last year's, this year's is going to be how we can best support every student to meet the graduate expectations that we worked out last spring as a result of last spring's learning conversation. So what each of you board members has this invitation that the partnership has sent out, and the directions on what you need to do if you would like to host a neighborhood learning conversation are right there. And hopefully a bunch of us will take them up on the offer, and we'll get some more good community input. Thank you.
Do you, do you know, have there been, I know this went out about a week and a half ago or so, have there been a number of people signing up, or do you know?
Don't know.
What the response is yet? Okay.
There have been a number of people signing up, but not very many board members, and new board members also are welcome to sign up, as well as everyone in the audience, to either host or attend a community learning conversation. Last year when we did this, we had several hundred people participate, and it led to the development of our graduate expectations. And so this is the next iteration, a very comfortable and non-threatening way to add your voice to the mix of the future of Burlington schools. Thank you, Kathy. Tonight, well, actually, it's not correct what I was about to say, so let me change it. On tonight's board docs agenda, you have a memo that explains the reduction in force process. We are not bringing reduction in force to you tonight, because tomorrow we are planning on meeting with the teachers union to kind of review the list. But I am asking tonight if the board would either consider a special board meeting or delegate the authority to a committee meeting in March, before March 27th, to finalize the reduction in force list as the board finalizes its budget decisions. By a teacher contract, we must issue lists by March 28th, and we don't want the meeting the same day. And there is an opportunity before then as well for the Burlington Education Association to challenge the RIFs, which may also need to come before the board before they're finalized. It's up to them if they wish to do that.
Point of timing, if there are challenges, would that be a separate meeting that would be required from a final sort of approval? This is what the RIF list is, or could it all be in one meeting?
I believe it all could be in one meeting.
So,
but it needs to be finalized before the 28th so that we can get them out on the 28th.
Okay, and I guess then to the board, I would ask if anybody has input on Jeannie's question, which is, can we designate this to a committee or look to have a special board meeting?
If I may, you will have a finance meeting scheduled in March.
But
we will have one on the 25th of March.
Because you have one scheduled on Thursday.
We have one scheduled on Thursday, and then we'll have another one on March 25th.
Okay, Meredith?
I think this is too big a decision to just delegate to a committee. I think the full new board wait, would it be the new board at that point?
No,
okay.
no, it won't be, but
I still feel like the whole board, whether the whole board wants to show up or not, needs to be a part of this. You know, of seeing, of vetting. I don't know how much we can do at that meeting, because part of it is, from what I understand, is you have to over-riff because we don't even know what's going to happen. But I don't think delegating it to just a few people is the best way to go. I think it's important to have everyone sort of there to follow through on the budget.
Linda?
I would agree. I really think it's important that
the whole board has to take part in the process so that they can all understand it and also understand where it's headed and the implications.
Patrick?
Just curious, Virginia, what your what your expected timeline is to have a proposal forward?
Well, there are many pieces in play. I have to have a proposed list to the Burlington Education Association by this Friday. That proposed list could be refined before the 28th. Along the way, I'm hoping that I'll have some guidance from the board as to how far to go and some budget decision. Ultimately, I need to at least be able to reach the default budget level. And again, it is an over RIF because of the unknowns. And then we would, as revenues come in or as a budget is passed, we would bring back positions. So the first answer is by this Friday, I have to have a semblance of a list. But that list doesn't go to the board. By the 28th, I have to have a final.
If you had to make a guess as to when a list that the board could review would be available, would it be like the 27th or would it be like the 20th or?
My preference would be no later than the 25th to give us a couple of days to prepare the letters that need to be prepared.
Miriam?
I just had a question for those of us, me and other people in the audience that might not know the RIF, what it means exactly and what the process is. Could you just speak for just very shortly about what
Sure.
RIF means? Are you cutting positions? Are you cutting people? Do
Sure.
individuals get the letter? How does that work?
It's a good question. There is a memo about this on board docs, but it doesn't specifically answer your question. So the reduction in force, RIF process, begins by identifying positions which would be reduced if we don't have the revenue to pay for those positions. Once the positions are identified, then by teacher, this is specifically for the teachers that I'm talking about right now, process under the teacher contract. Then once those positions are identified, it then moves into identifying people. So, and people is defined by the teacher's contract by a seniority basis. And so therefore, if, for example, I were to say that we were cutting 4 elementary teachers, and I even had an idea of the schools they were coming from, the people teaching in those classrooms right now are not necessarily the ones to be RIF'd. It would be the 4 newest elementary teachers who would be RIF'd. And then, if those 4 teachers were certified in other areas and had seniority over somebody else who's certified in a different area, they could bump into an area. So it's a very complicated process, which is really what our discussion with the BEA is about. Is our seniority list right? Did we follow this flow correctly? The BEA challenge is not about the position, that is up to the board, but the BEA challenge is to help us make sure that we are being true to the contract, which can get very complicated when you go through a RIF process.
Do we have something in our contract that gives us some latitude about a certain number of places that are outside of the RIF lineup?
The new contract does have some language. I didn't pull it up right now. It has some language around positions that are difficult to fill. Very few, a very finite number of difficult to fill positions that we're able to pull out of the process. This would be the first year that we would look to see if that's necessary.
And it's not by person, it's by position, that particular.
That's correct.
Variance. Okay, thank you.
I'll come to Meredith unless, try to give anybody else first. Okay, Meredith?
I just want to follow up for clarification from Miriam's question for everyone here. So what if it's somebody who's not covered by the union, or by the teacher's contract, then how does that come into play in all this?
It's different.
An administrator or
right.
Staff member.
So in the memo that's on board docs, we laid out the timelines of each one of our 8 different bargaining units. And so it's different depending on the bargaining unit, assuming it's people. If it's buildings, you don't have to worry about RIFs. But assuming that we're talking about people, there are different timelines, different processes according to 8 different contracts. And that's laid out in a memo on board docs.
So after hearing that, I would support the 2 other members that suggested everyone should be in on the decision.
What I would say there is that we don't need a motion for that, but I would ask the board as I look around if there's any opposition, because I too think that we should have this in front of the entire board. And if, and unless there's any opposition, I think that we would probably go that direction, and I would ask you to speak up immediately if there is. So We will definitely be looking then to schedule another a special board meeting, and mentally, we've put it around the 25th.
Maybe,
Yeah, I was gonna, Keith and I were talking about when.
yeah.
He had an
Maybe we
idea.
could, our finance could meet afterwards, or,
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're saying possibly the evening of finance is
Yeah.
what you're saying?
well, not part of.
Oh,
So what was that?
okay.
At this point, diversity and equity is scheduled
Okay.
to meet on the
Okay.
25th as
If,
well.
if that's the case, we will
can
probably have to go off a
think
Tuesday
about
night,
it.
Yeah.
away from a Tuesday night.
Right.
If anyone has, really bad days, please let me know toward the end of the month, anywhere from 25th on, 25th to the 28th, so.
Thank you. I do want to comment on the principal search candidate. You did receive an announcement today and a resume and information last night. I didn't hear back from any board members with questions, but happy to entertain any now. We had 4 candidates in the final interview rounds. The candidates were welcome to participate in 3 different interviews as well as school and city tours. The Principal Search Advisory Committee provided me with insights on each candidate as well as feedback from faculty, staff, and parents who did participate. I then completed background and reference checks extensively. And it was a very difficult decision. As always, it's always a very difficult decision. I'm very pleased to know the high quality of candidates that we did have in front of us. But tonight I am bringing before you Len Phelan, who is currently a middle school principal in Harwich, Massachusetts. And I'll pause to see if there are any questions before you act on that later tonight.
Aaron?
I have a question. And this is, completely from a non-biased perspective here. I'm just curious, the salary here is very, very high. And so I'm just thinking about as we look forward in the budget, administrative positions, sort of where that falls with the other elementary school principals and
Sure.
why that's
So the salary, in case those people are wondering, is $101,000 that I'm recommending. We have a Burlington administrator's contract that basically says that a new hire administrator there are different categories in that contract, and you can read it on the district webpage, including the categories, including the ranges of pay. And we need to bring in a new person at a rate that is no higher than another administrator in the district with the same or more years of experience. This actually ended up being a very narrow window for Len's 9 years of experience, and there's very little wiggle room in that window.
And he has to be paid that.
Within about $250 either way.
Greg?
What's the current principal making?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me.
Ballpark?
In the same ballpark. And again, you can read all of the ranges for principals on the website on the contract.
Liz?
I just looked at it recently, it's about 107.
Thank you.
I do have a question, if you could talk, because I know that when we've had people in interim positions and when they have left interim positions, you could describe, I guess, the process of what happens there, because
Sure.
With Rich and LaShawn, and where does the process, how far does it go, how far does it continue?
Sure. I had asked Rich to step into an interim position 2 years ago, and I really want to compliment him on how he stepped into a very difficult situation at the time and really brought the school community together and made some significant motion around the one-to-one initiative as well as the Green Mountain Star restructuring. When Rich accepted the interim position, we agreed, part of the agreement was that he would have the ability to return to the assistant principal position should he not apply for or receive the principal position. So that is now his place to do. That would mean that LaShawn is, assuming that Rich returns to that position, it does mean that LaShawn would not have a position. We have had conversations. She is also, they have been a wonderful team, and she is a very effective administrator, and I would love to see her apply for other things in the district should they open up.
I guess I would ask, we have 2 interim assistant principal positions at the high school right now. Are those positions going to be searched this spring as well?
Yes, that process has started. The assistant principal process at the high school for both interim positions has begun, and we have, Nikki could tell you a little bit more, but we have begun the search advisory committee piece, the training, and I believe we've started the review of the applications, or no, not yet? Yes. In addition to that, we have an ELL director position later this spring.
Miriam and then Henry.
I was just curious about the process, and I wonder how many people of color we were able to attract to consider for the position, and of those, approximately how many were, good.
Sure. I'm going to ask Nikki to speak to the search process itself.
You want me to just answer a specific question, please?
Yes.
Yeah, you could give me a number if you have more to say.
Of the candidates, there was one candidate of color. That candidate survived the first round of review, but did not survive the second round. So that was one of the, I don't know the total number, maybe 20.
There's no microphone over there.
Sorry. There was one candidate of color in that pool. That candidate survived the first round of reviews, but did not survive the second round. Did you have anything?
Yeah. No problem. Henry?
So was the process, so in order for Ms. LaShawn to have kept her job, it would have required Mr. Amato to be hired as principal? Or was there any consideration of a special circumstance of if the administrative team was working well of keeping both the people in their positions?
Do you want to take it? Okay. If Mr. Amato had remained in the principal position, then we would then have opened up the assistant principal position. That was the fair process that was decided upon prior to the beginning of the process. Yes.
Well, first, actually, Henry, if you just want to follow up, and then we'll go back to Mary.
It's a little separate thing, so Mary can go ahead.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is the right place to have this conversation, but it is of concern to me that we only had one, potential candidate of color come through a process, which I think we've worked hard to make. And so for me, this discussion, I can't speak to the specifics around this person, but it makes me want to ask the question of, should we be looking at how we're attracting candidates? Is there more we can do? Is there a better way to do it? Are we on the right track?
Nikki, could I ask you to speak to that? I was going to say, last year we did, or are you just making a comment?
No, I just want to say, it's not that I'm necessarily looking for an answer about that, but it's a question I have, and it's a question that I feel like it might be worth a discussion.
A follow-up might be that, and we go through this each year, that we go through the hiring process, but a review of the board, and particularly with new board members coming on board, a review of the hiring process, the steps that we put in place over the last 4 years to increase our affirmative recruitment, the steps that we do along the way to see what we could do. It is a goal of the board to increase diversity within the district, but it's also a goal to have a very fair, equitable process. So I think that there's an opportunity for some professional development for the board and reviewing of the process in case, once again, it needs to be reviewed.
I would welcome some review of the process.
Henry and then Patrick.
So I haven't really been involved with this process at all, and I know that it's a really extensive thing, but I guess what kind of my comment would be is I see the role of a principal and assistant principal especially as really being leaders in a school, and especially being people that facilitate teachers working with each other and being there to support teachers. And I think it's just kind of troubling to me when I see, it looks like about 17 members of the Hunt faculty here, many people who I have a tremendous respect for, saying that they were a little concerned about how the process went and the decision that was made. And I think that a principal and assistant principal for the school should be people that teachers feel great working with, and if there's a kind of an administration in place right now that teachers feel is working really well for them, then I think that there's something going right.
going to sound accusational, and it's really not meant to be that. It's just it's observational. Sometime I'll call it last summer, about this time last year, maybe I don't remember exactly, but we were meeting in Contour's auditorium, and Kyle Dodson stepped up and made a comment about that we have a history of placing people in interim positions, leadership positions, and then hiring those people, and that's really not the goal of the interim position. He was very eloquent, and I thought thoughtful about that. And so on one hand, I'm happy that that we didn't necessarily give a position to the interim, that I trust that there was a process. A roundabout way of getting to this, though, this is the first person in a while who was the interim that wasn't hired, and ultimately, what we ended up losing out of here was from accounts, and I don't know her personally, but was a competent African American woman. So that was where the axe ultimately fell, by being true to a process which I think was probably a good process, but I think we also need to recognize that what was ultimately hurt through this process. So.
Oh, Rebecca.
There's been a lot of conversation at the Diversity and Equity Committee meetings about just this, and so I would really strongly encourage people who are concerned about the process or concerned about the work that Nikki in particular is doing within that process. I would really strongly encourage you to go back to minutes or to speak directly with Nikki. This is a more thorough search than we have done in a long time. And yes, we do have a history of hiring interims. And part of the flaw, I think, in this is, Rich Amato was entitled to have his job back. So this isn't so much not hiring LaShawn. This is hiring a principal who is the most qualified candidate in a pool. And I agree with you that there may be unintended consequences of that, but ultimately we have to make really intentional steps, and I think more of the same is what we're trying to change.
Can I just respond real quick?
Yeah, pleasure.
I agree with everything you said, and that's why I was saying it was observational. I wasn't making an argument. I don't know enough about the personalities of any of the three people that were bandering about here. I just want to say this is ultimately what happened, and for us to just be cognizant of it.
Jill.
And I just want to make a comment for Henry, just in terms of the history of addressing institutional bias in the hiring process, which looked like hiring people that you felt comfortable with, that looked a lot like you, that everybody felt good about, and really challenging us to not fall into that normal thing, which doesn't mean that not hiring somebody that was in the interim is a bad idea, but the process that was created and Nikki has perfected in the interim really creates a process where that doesn't become the default. So just so you have that in context with why we didn't hire our interims, because it has nothing to do with the current process or the people in the positions, but that was part of the work at getting the district to do their hiring process with affirmative recruitment at the group.
Meredith and then Henry.
And I just also want to remind everyone that we don't hire people as teams. We hire one position. So what Patrick's speaking to isn't we were hiring a principal. It just, it just is how it all plays out in that case. But I also am hearing that there are other positions for which an assistant principal could be, considered for or be applying for.
Henry and then Rebecca.
I hear what both you're saying, and I totally agree with it. But I think it's also the balance of the teachers are the principal's gonna be probably working with the most, and the assistant principal, and I guess kind of what it's. I guess the comment I'd make is it seems like there was some fairly big flaw in the process, in some way, where the teachers don't feel like either their input was heard or they were able to give input, and so I guess. I don't know what. It seems like this one, it seemed basically to me like this one's a done deal at this point, or at least that's the kind of the sentiment on the board, and I have no idea I really can't be a person to comment on the process. I wasn't involved in any of it, but I think that that's an obvious flaw that shows to me. So.
Rebecca and then Meredith.
I just have a clarifying question, and my recollection may be an error, but I think, if I remember correctly, that LaShawn was recruited for this interim position, correct? She was out of the district, she had a history in the district, but was recruited to come back for a short-term interim position, which I think is an important clarification in this conversation, with the understanding when she was recruited back that this process was going to be moving forward, and that she was welcome to apply to the principalship, she was welcome to apply for the assistant principalship if Rich chooses not to stay. So I think that's an important variable to make sure that we're aware of.
I feel like I have to ask this question now because Miriam asked this question. I want to look out in the audience and ask if there are any parents from Hunt here. Okay, I felt like it was the only, it would be fair to ask that question, given that you asked that question.
Okay. Any other questions or comments at this point? Henry.
And so what's the process going forward? I see the name of the consent agenda. So
yeah. With
the approval of the consent agenda,
yeah.
He'll be hired. Is that basically the way it works?
Yeah, and what I'll say is this: yes, when the consent agenda comes up for vote, if someone wants to pull an item from the consent agenda to have separate consideration, they can do that. Otherwise, the passing of the consent agenda, or even the passing of an individual item, would make that final. That would be the process.
I guess just one final comment would be that it does seem a bit much to have the first time you hear about the person and the principal. I was in school today, I got it while I was in school today, the email. First chance I got to read it was when I arrived here because I had stuff from right after school to here. So it seems, just for future, it seems like there should be more than 7 hours notice given before a board meeting when it's recommended to hire a pretty big position.
Okay.
I have one more report to give.
I piggyback one more thing. I just want to thank you for saying that, and I feel like that's an endemic problem that we have on this school board, that we frequently get information right before. So I'm wondering if the board might be interested in talking about, I know the city council has a pretty time certain, if you don't get your information done by a certain amount of time, it doesn't follow through on the agenda, and I'm wondering if we might want to consider something like that. I don't know if this is the time to have that discussion, but would that be something the planning committee could talk about?
Yeah, I think it could. I mean, I think I know one thing with consent agenda, oftentimes, if there are particular contracts that have been offered, they, with us meeting monthly to get an employee hired into a position, it's often the case that things do need to go onto the consent agenda somewhat soon before a particular meeting. So there will be logistical and practical constraints that we have, but we can definitely take that discussion to, and whether it would be policy or planning, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Greg.
One short comment. Thank you, Rebecca and Jill and Meredith. You put it in perspective. The procedure was followed that we set up, and it's very unfortunate that it affects you guys this way. And I am sorry, but like we've said, we do not hire people as a team. Both interim positions knew that they were interim. As far as having a resume posted days in advance, we've had resumes on and hires on the consent agendas many times, and we've never asked to have it pulled. Although I don't always agree with Jeannie, we do task her with doing something. So I will support the consent agenda.
Okay. Jeannie, if you want to move on.
Okay, the last thing I'd like to make about all of that is that all of the resumes of all 4 finalists have been on the Hunt Middle School website for several weeks now. And in executive session, the board got my recommendation last night with the opportunity to contact me. And Henry, I'm sorry, it was an executive session, and that's why you didn't get it until today.
I'm sorry.
The email that went out last night.
Confidential.
Oh,
Yeah. We didn't hold a session, but it was a personnel matter, so that wasn't yet public. One more report to make, diversity. Diversity and equity update as to what's happening. Washington Consulting was here 3 days in February. For 2 days, we trained another group of over 40 people on, don't actually know the title of the training, Cultural Competency Training by Washington Consulting. Some of you may recall, and our new board members may not realize, that we've had faculty in more than 3 schools ask that everybody go through this training, and we can do about 40 at a time. Washington Consulting was here for a 3rd day with about 35 administrators, teachers working on reframing resistance as we're moving through this work, and we're coming up against resistance, which is a natural part of the journey and the process. Sam Offer has been particularly helpful in helping us look at reframing resistance. He will be working with the Diversity Equity Community Partnerships partner on March 24th as we're looking at updating our diversity plan with an eye towards next year. Nikki continues to provide unconscious bias training for schools prior to hiring committees getting ready to review, and she has set up district-wide hiring committees to do initial reviews so that we have greater consistency in our review of qualifications for candidates. Nikki also, prior to the budget defeat, had attended a job fair in Philadelphia and has another one planned later this month as part of the question about what are we doing to recruit. And attending a job fair is not necessarily about one particular year. In fact, it almost never is about that year. It's about developing relationships with a number of different networks so that we do have a pipeline of qualified candidates going forward. We also have held the first meeting of the Diversity Alliance Council with interested community members and organizations helping us in our diversity work, and the next meeting is coming up in April. And we have begun, the Diversity Equity Committee kept hearing us say this is postponed, so I want you to know, to listen. We have begun our Diversity Innovations Program to support and encourage teachers who may request assistance from the department with diversity projects that they're planning on doing in their class in their school, so we can get the work out further in the schools. On Saturday, Linda Walsleben, I think she's still here, and Henri Sparks held a New American session on Saturday with over 60 people in multiple communities attending, talking about pupil records, privacy rights, the CCTA situation and the potential impact. It was held at Sustainability Academy, and parents raised concerns about academic achievement and fully supported the plan to provide supports at the secondary level. The meetings were the 3rd full New American community events held by the district this year, and I really want to thank those 2 in particular, as well as others who helped them, who did this on a Saturday to accommodate family and community member schedules after continuing to work the rest of the week. The next Parents for Change meeting right now is scheduled for tomorrow night. We shall see. But it is scheduled for tomorrow night with the purpose of examining the supports that are provided at the secondary level to help New American students prepare for college. We have entered a new conversation. All of our schools are required to hold 10 equity conversations this year. And our Equity Council spent last summer and this fall developing conversations, and we have now entered a new conversation that examines the impact of the differences between ELL student home cultures and school culture. And it's one of the 10 conversations that's available to the schools to be held this year. Earlier this winter, I told you that we had been contacted by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights as part of a compliance review of the Burlington School District ELL program, a routine review. We do expect an on-site visit by the Office of Civil Rights staff either later this month or in April. Keep you updated on that. And we are working on a citywide bullying and harassment plan with community partners as well. The work that we do can't just be in the school alone. We need partners out in our community, so we've been working on that as well. Another item that I'd like to tell you about, it was in my superintendent update this week, but we have begun a Let's Talk button on our website, really focusing on a commitment to communication and responsive to the school community. This Let's Talk tool on the website is a way to monitor the pulse of the community by giving parents, teachers, staff, students, community members an outlet or an ability to reach out to us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Different than a phone. It's a technology use. It's kind of an evolved phone system, I tend to describe it. The city has a similar button that they've just rolled out. Our button resides directly on the district website and all school websites, accessible anytime, anywhere, from any device. It's based on the premise that every opinion is an opportunity for progress, and not only opens up communication, but it also allows us to monitor carefully any suggestion, praise, complaint, concern, including harassment and bullying complaints that we might have, and to collect that data so that we can watch trends, we can respond information either immediately if they leave their email address, or in blogs or newsletter articles or newspaper articles if there's anonymous feedback that we'd like to clear up misperceptions. So we aren't doing a major rollout yet. We're doing a soft rollout. When we are ready for the major rollout, we'll do a press release, but I did want to make sure that everybody here knew about it and could check it out if you'd like. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to bring some data back to the board as to what types of conversations are taking place. It's even the kind of tool that when a phone call comes into to an administrator's office, that information could be plugged right into that tool. So you don't have, as opposed to writing down notes, you don't have to have two different methods of tracking information. So I think it'll give us a good opportunity to interact with the community. And that's all.
Any questions or comments for the superintendent on these points? I had one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just in the event that the Diversity and Equity Committee meeting has to be postponed, at the last meeting we had asked for a copy of the Office of Civil Rights questions that they sent you, so we could look at those before the review and then follow up after.
Sure.
Thank you.
It'd be easy.
That more than covers. I was going to ask something very similar. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to know the scope of what they were looking at, and that I think covers it. So that's already been asked. Anything else? One thing I was thinking with the Let's Talk piece, I think that you're talking about a soft rollout and a hard rollout. I think that, you know, we've received a lot of different forms of community input when it comes to what's affordable, what does the school want to do, things like that. I think that as we look at this point to effectively go through another budget process, more than likely, I would hope that something like this could be publicized heavily so that we could be getting more input. I think that when we hear what we often hear at a board meeting, it was very, to me, clearly not the voice of the city that came through at the election. So finding more ways to do that, I would just encourage that we get that.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a part of the purpose for the tool. Thank you.
Any other questions for Superintendent at this point? Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Moved by Liz, seconded by Rebecca.
And then I had some comments on some minutes.
Okay, and is it anything, did you want to pull anything or just had quick changes?
Quick changes.
Okay. Go
So,
ahead.
the minutes of February 11th.
Yep.
There was a board discussion with Amy Mellencamp, and there was a mention of some Edmonds Middle School teachers asking for an opportunity to participate in some activities that she was discussing, and I asked that whatever's offered to Edmonds be offered to Hunt as well, to maintain equitable opportunities for teachers to shadow or do whatever they're doing with respect to that topic. It had to do with the 9th grade academies and the Partnership for Change and honors changes.
So would it work to reflect that you commented under Amy's update that the opportunity is available to Edmonds teachers and offered to Hunt teachers as well?
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments or anything for other items on the consent agenda?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Finance Committee minutes. There was a discussion about the real estate transaction, and I raised a question about what is the financial plan for the transaction, and there was a staff suggestion that the funding could come from preventive maintenance in response to the question about what is the financial plan. The minutes were unclear about why preventive maintenance funding was being talked about.
And so I guess that was item number 9, update on real estate.
No, that was the minutes, the Finance Committee minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Finance Committee meeting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and from February 19th, correct?
Yeah.
And that would have been under item 9, which was,
Noted, it says, Commissioner O'Rourke noted that if it's taken out of preventive maintenance, there should have been just added that there was a question about what was the financial.
Under discussion.
Under the discussion, the
Yeah,
question
there
was
were-
asked, what's the financial plan?
There was a question, what's the
Right.
financial
Yeah.
plan?
Yeah.
okay.
Staff responded that funding could come out of preventive maintenance.
And then Commissioner O'Rourke noted it would have effect on that policy.
Okay, so
Maybe we
prior
should withdraw
to-
this.
So, why don't we just pull these minutes back to get that reflected?
Is that difficult? Is it difficult to make that correction?
Can you
No,
do
no,
it?
Well, I could speak to it here. Under the discussion, basically, it's under item number 9. It's the third paragraph, begins discussion. Motion reflects the changes and should go back to the board. Commissioner Curry asked what the financing plan is.
Financing plan for the real estate transaction.
For the real estate, wasn't it specifically for the rent? Is that it?
For making payments.
For making payments
right.
on the St. Joseph's property?
Right.
And the staff responded that it would come from preventive maintenance?
Suggested that it
Suggested.
could
Yes.
come from
Suggested that it could
preventive.
come from preventive maintenance. Those two sentences would be in that paragraph, because then it immediately followed the Commissioner O'Rourke noted that if blah, 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 if it's taken out of preventive maintenance, there would be additional. So that seems correct, Liz?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. May I comment?
Yeah.
I appreciate that, because actually there were minutes pulled last time that because I wasn't at the February board meeting, I don't think I captured what to do with them. So just so you know, we need to go back and look at, not now, but policy advocacy on January 21st and diversity equity on January 28th. And if there's anybody who can help straighten those
Right.
out,
Okay.
we can bring them back next time.
Rebecca, did you want to hold me for a second here?
I was just, I don't recall whether it was Liz or Jill who asked for diversity and equity to be pulled, so I was just alerting them to the fact that one of them needs to remind us
If one of them could just
where-
get to me, I could fix it, bring it back to the board.
Okay.
So there isn't any reflection of it in the minutes of that board meeting?
Liz has got it. It got pulled.
Both of them were just, it was not listed as to who pulled them. It was just listed that the minutes from January 21st, policy and advocacy, and minutes from January 28th, diversity and equity.
It might help, just because there seems like we've had minute issues in the past, if it's gotta be pulled to say either what
Who
committee or
requested?
who.
Yeah.
And a little blurb about what the issue was, because.
It's helpful.
Okay.
I believe, did you have a question on the policy advocacy?
Patrick, yeah, if you had.
That's what we were just chatting. I think this comes actually from, and I may be wrong here, but I think this comes from the vote that we decided not to have because of some inconsistent language among 3 different policies around harassment, who's a protected group, and we wanted all 3 of those to, if not reflect each other, at least have an explanation of why those 3 policies didn't
That
reflect
would be
each other.
pulling policies, that wouldn't be pulling
Yeah,
minutes.
that's our conversation.
Yeah.
We can't think of why else the minutes would have been pulled
Oh.
unless it was somehow or another reflected in the minutes that I don't, but that's the best that we have over
Okay,
here.
but
I'm with Jeannie on that one.
Yeah, I think.
I could pass this down to each of you and you
Yeah, I
can
don't,
vote later.
none of us pulled it to our knowledge.
So bring them back.
Yeah, I mean, they'll come back.
Let me find them.
Yeah, okay. Henry, you want to make a comment, I think.
Yeah, so as a non-voting member, student member on the school board, I can't make motions. But I guess I would ask somebody on the school board to make a motion to pull hiring the middle school principal from the consent agenda. And I think for these reasons, I think that the board will probably still do it, but I think that there's enough topics of discussion that it deserves to be voted on individually and not folded into the consent agenda. And it's not that I don't support the hiring of him individually, but I think that just deciding to hire him without discussing it is essentially a vote in support of the process in which he was hired in. And I think that when you have this big of an outcry from teachers, it shows that it's at least worth it to question the process. And I think it speaks to kind of a chronic problem in our school systems where teachers' voices and student voices are undervalued and underheard. And I think it's more than providing maybe meetings for teachers to go to, but it's actually soliciting teacher voice throughout the school and student voice throughout the school. And I really wish that I had been more involved in this before, because I'm not an expert on this, but I think that when you have people that say that the process didn't work for them, it's at least worth a discussion. And so I think that I would just ask that another member of the school board make a motion to have it moved from the consent agenda for those reasons.
Meredith.
Henry, with all due respect, I just want to tell you why I would not make that suggestion myself. And it's because I think it's a little telling that in the audience we have not heard from anyone who has been very active in diversity and equity issues in Burlington about this hire. I find it very interesting.
Excuse me, I've been on the equity council since
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the people I know who've been more involved in
you can't get much
coming
more involved in it.
Just,
Okay.
excuse me.
I'm sorry, I
Excuse
didn't
me.
know your background.
Meredith.
Okay.
This is not a time that we
Okay.
engage in debate with the public. This is that.
Okay.
And if you
Then
if
let
you
me
made
take a
mis-
step
yeah.
back. I made a mistake. I did not know, because the person who just spoke, I have never seen her coming before. I am speaking about the people who have been coming for the 5 years I've been on the school board, who regularly come before the board and speak about diversity and equity issues. And I think the fact that out of all of those many, many conversations, we hired a highly competent African-American human resources director who headed this whole process. I think that's a little telling. I think it's the first time we've seen a process that has emerged out of all of those conversations, carried through. And I think it really disturbs me to hear people questioning the process that grew out of those many, many conversations about our hiring in this district. And I want to thank Nikki for all the work she put into this.
Miriam.
I'd like to make the motion. You have to phrase it and I'll make it.
I'm not an expert at making motions, but I guess it would just be to remove the hiring of Leonard Phelan, I believe is how you say his name, from the consent agenda, just for board discussion and an individualized vote.
That's what you would do for
Yes.
a consent agenda item, yes.
So should I speak to that motion now?
Well, you need a second.
Oh, I need a second.
I'll second.
Patrick, second.
I'm seconding it for discussion, just so we have discussion.
I want to say that I'm seconding it, 2 reasons. One, because I would like to support our burgeoning politician, who I hope will be president someday. And I think he has a very keen eye and a good way of looking at things. And I would agree that this is important enough to have a separate discussion, even if in the end we support it. So that's fine.
Patrick?
We had a really nice conversation last Tuesday night, Thursday night? I don't know what even date it is today, but Thursday night, I guess it was, that Bob Abbey was at, and
Adam
help me with
Adam
Urbanski.
Adam Urbanski, thank you, Al. All right. And one of the things that came out about it was having teachers be a voice, not the voice, but a voice at the table. And this is why I'm seconding this. I don't know that I don't think I'm going to vote, I think I'm going to vote in favor of this principle, but I think that it's worth a while to acknowledge that the teachers, that there were a large group of teachers that were present tonight that have a different opinion than Superintendent Collins' recommendation, and that should be something that would figure into our discussion and that should be considered in our discussion. It doesn't necessarily have to change our minds about anything, but it's something that's worth our while to be considered.
Just a second, actually, a point of order, if an item has been removed from the consent agenda, wouldn't the process be we vote on the consent agenda and then discuss the item that's been removed? It's not really a motion to remove an item, it just is removed for further discussion. So I guess I would say that's all set.
Fair enough.
That's all set, we will continue the discussion. I would like, is there any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? I would then ask for a vote on the consent agenda with the 2 amended minutes less the recommendation to hire the middle school principal of Leonard Failing. All in favor of the consent agenda as amended, say aye. Aye. All opposed? 1 opposed. Liz? Then we would move to a discussion of the one item that's been pulled, which is the recommend to hire the middle school principal, Leonard Failing. And, sorry, I should have actually done that prior, but this is where we are at this point. I will just make one comment that I think that we have, over the past couple of years, worked hard to create processes where, especially for hires of administrators, I think that it is always imperfect. I think there's always places where people will feel as if there could have been improvement. I think that there will always be parties who may not have ended up with the choice they wanted in a process. I think that part of what gives me confidence in the process probably has more to do with some steps that we took last year when we did ask to pull back on a couple processes that we went through for administrators, I guess, at the high school. And, you know, that I see that the administration has been willing to pull back on processes in the fairly recent past does make me think that our administration is setting up a process that, you know, they have been willing to question and pull back on if they need to. And I haven't seen that come forward this time, and so for that reason, I still will be supporting the recommended hire. Patrick?
And in the spirit of the conversation, with the comments I made earlier, I think there are lots of voices that I think should influence our decision. I think the teachers are an important voice. I think the parents are an important voice. The students are an important voice. As is our human resources team, who has brought this forward, as is the superintendent. And I just want to say that it's not any one of those. I think it's our responsibility to take the package, consider the package, and then make the big, make the decision. With all perspectives just considered.
I'm just kind of curious about what points in the process was teacher input collected and about how much, and then just because of that, I think I want to hear about student input and how much was collected and where were opportunities given and where was both student and teacher feedback solicited.
Nikki, would you like to describe the hiring process?
And I want to say that, like, I know this is, like, through no other fault of my own that I wasn't more informed about this ahead of time. But I just would feel bad going forward with something that I don't know enough about. And so I do acknowledge that it is my fault that I was not well aware of this what was going on. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. The process began in December, requesting teachers who might want to sit on the PSAC, that's the Principal Search Advisory Committee. It took over 6 weeks to get any teachers to actually want to sit on the committee. Finally, we did get a committee late December. We then scheduled 2 meetings. We had 2 meetings for teachers to come and they could give us their input on questions that they might want to ask the candidates. So there were 2 meetings for parents. There were 2 meetings for teachers to give their input, as well as when the candidates did arrive. Those questions were given them. They had feedback forms in which those feedback forms were provided to the PSAC so they could also have that input. There were 3 interviews of each candidate. You were permitted to be at any single one of the interviews, all 3, 1, 2, however many you want. There were 3 per day. There was 1 in the morning with the PSAC, in which sometimes people appeared for that. I think only a parent appeared for the PSAC. There was the teacher and faculty ones at around 3:30 at the time the teachers would be able to attend. And then in the evening there was one for the parents, which began at 6:30 and went to 8:30. So there are numerous opportunities for various constituencies to have input, as well as the information was provided on both the Hunt website and the HR website. And there was an email site for people if they had the email questions, which most were emailed directly to me, and we answered as many questions as possible. So there's lots and lots of opportunities for input, and nor did I find anyone specifically asking for any different ways of input, other than people did want me to email directly to HMF staff, which I determined was inappropriate, given that we had an internal candidate in an effort to make sure that we kept the process as clean as possible.
And did you
I'd
hear
like to add to that, if I may.
Yeah, and did you hear from students? I just got curious about students.
Students did have a role in this.
And about how many students do you think
Students
gave input?
Well, the students gave their input basically throughout the day. We had the candidates spend time in classrooms, and many. So we received some information from some students. I can't give you specifics on that, but definitely there was plenty input. And we're not saying there can't be other ways and additional ways, but all we can do is keep trying to improve the process. And I think this process certainly, at least from my experience over the last year, was better than it was the year before. And the hope is the one next year will be better than that one.
Thank you, Nikki, and I'd like to follow up as well for you, Henry, and anyone else who's interested. I appreciate you explaining this particular process. It has been a process in evolution. When I began as superintendent in 2005, my first hire actually was Bonnie Johnson-Ayton. That followed a process that the district had been following for some time, which appointed a committee of teachers and parents, no students actually at that time, who went off into a room by themselves and quietly led a interview process and then brought me 2 candidates, but no one else in the school was involved. I have been working over the last 9 years to change that and make it a much more inclusive process. I would also say, however, that it is the superintendent's, within the superintendent's authority to appoint. And Rich and LaShawn were simply appointed without a process. And it is a possibility to do that. So over the last 9 years, I have been working very hard to have a much more inclusive process that also honors our commitment to diversity and equity and affirmative recruitment. And each year, we get feedback from the process and adjust it. Hunt, unfortunately, has been through 2 processes over the last 4 years, and there's a difference between the one 4 years ago and the one that happened this year, and some of the differences are because of the feedback of what happened 4 years ago, so it continually evolves.
Xander?
I'm gonna try and articulate a couple of thoughts. How successfully, I'm not sure. I attend diversity and equity committee meetings, not for long, just because I haven't been a student in this district for very long. I haven't been on the board for that long, but I've been attending a couple, and I have seen the work that's gone into the process of hiring and seen all of the conversations, not all of, some of the conversations around creating a process that reaches out to diverse populations and is affirmative in its practices. And I think that this situation is really unfortunate, and I think the loss of any teacher or administrator of color, especially in this district, is incredibly unfortunate. But this process was the hiring of a principal, and that process was was done, and I think that the process was held in a way that it was better than past years, and it's about setting, I think, precedent for processes that are accessible and equitable to everyone who has access to them. So that's just sort of my observations.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So, in the end, the question would be, all in favor of the recommend to hire Leonard Phelan, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Do
Student
record
votes.
student votes.
Am I allowed to abstain? Is that
You don't,
something that-
you're not required because there's no, there's no official vote, so yes.
I just don't. I feel like I totally support the process, but I feel like I don't feel like I would vote no because I don't know enough. And I definitely feel like I do totally think that I trust Xander more than anybody, and his point of view is amazing. But I guess because I don't feel prepared, which is my own fault, I would be abstaining. Are you voting in favor?
Okay, and Xander votes for. That closes the approval of the consent agenda. We'd move on to our committee reports. First that we have up this evening, Bernie, would be infrastructure.
Recognition of the fact that this meeting is probably less than half over, I will forego my report. It will be posted on the minutes for the next meeting. There was no action items.
Rebecca, for diversity.
We did not meet.
Okay. I do have one question, which is the data report, status of that.
Of the equity report?
Equity report, yeah.
I would suggest that either Jeannie or Liz speak to that.
Okay.
So the committee met March 5th, and I was not at that meeting. I believe, maybe it didn't meet, sorry. The committee was going to meet on March 5th. And the process has begun around collecting comments about the first draft, or the first iteration of the report. Who asked the question? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay. So so Devern and Andrew have begun the process of collecting comments on the first iteration that came out last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so comments were sent, and then I think we had to switch the meeting, and we're in the process of trying to reschedule the meeting. The climate survey was completed, and I don't know when it's going out. It's been recommended to the superintendent, I believe.
Okay. And the data sets that match from the data sets we collected last year?
That's under discussion. That's what's under discussion now.
Patrick, curriculum committee.
So we did meet and can read the minutes. We do have one, not a motion to make, but just to present the proposed calendar for the 14-15 school year. I'll be real quick in saying that we chose not to take a vote on this, just to accept it, to bring it forward to the board. We felt like it wasn't something that we needed to officially approve or vote on. The board is welcome to bring that up. I'm presenting the calendar. I think the one thing that would be worth noting, I think the only change of substance from this year's calendar was the reinstating of the third Friday in October as a day off for everybody, teachers included. That backdates this year's calendar, just those who might remember the discussion from last year. This year's calendar had a half day, I think it had a full day off, half day for students on the Thursday in October, afternoon for conferences, a full day off for students on that Friday, and a full day of teacher work day, mostly for conferences on that Friday. There was a split vote last year. The calendar that came back to us this year reinstated that Friday as a day off for all teachers and students, and pushing the half day to Wednesday as an early release day. Different from our Wednesday early release days, but one that would be used for conferences. We kind of chose to. We didn't take official action on it, but because we felt like we didn't have to take official action on it.
And is that correct? I mean, we have a, okay.
Different boards do it different ways.
Okay.
It could be an administrative action, and the board could choose to, especially for philosophy reasons, could choose to take action themselves. It's the first time since I've been here that the board is not.
Any questions for Patrick specifically to the calendar or anything related to curriculum?
I did want to say, if people are concerned with it, you can bring it up. Otherwise, this is, and you could take a vote to change or do whatever. Otherwise, this would be the calendar that would become the official calendar for next year by administrative decision.
Okay. Giving a second for that. Keith, I would turn it over to you at this point for discussion of Finance Committee, and if we want to begin some discussion of budget process.
Okay, I wasn't.
Yeah, I know, and I guess I would also say you had some framing that you had done about some thoughts on this. I would actually ask you to kind of lead some of that discussion.
I wasn't privy to all the conversation that happened last Thursday, but we had scheduled a Finance Committee meeting prior to Thursday's meeting for issues that we have to deal with in finance, and on the agenda was to review the fiscal 15 budget. And since it didn't pass, I was assuming that we were going to continue to do that on Thursday at our finance meeting, which is at 5 o'clock. But I'm also assuming that we need some parameters if we're going to start to talk about a budget. I don't know what the parameters the board has set. What I was thinking was that we have many options, of course, but one is if we go back with a budget that's not quite the default budget, I guess is what you wrote in the as you termed it, superintendent, but higher than the default budget. We could go back less than what we asked, or we could go back for what we asked for again, or we could go back for less than what we asked for, but more than the default budget, which would be which we need to have a vote, or we could land at the default budget, which according to our interpretation currently is that we will not need to have a community vote. The charter allows us to have this default budget. We're still wording on Agency of Education word to see that.
We did get that late today, and their cursory look at our charter language is they agree. They agree with us. Okay. Then the third choice is to go back for a community vote for less than the default budget. So that's one parameter, a set of parameters, and the other one is, do we have all the non-mandated programs and services in the district on the table to look at for any kind of reductions in the current, if we're going to make any, in the budget? And that's sort of what I'd like to kind of have us discuss.
And I will just mention a few things that we discussed on Thursday night, which was to put together a timeline, have an understanding of the timeline, an understanding of sort of what might lie in front of us. How long would we need to warn? Things like what is, the rough idea for the default, and things that we'd asked for tonight. If you look at some of the items on there, we had asked for a more detailed budget that compared 14 and 15.
Right.
We had asked for an understanding of exactly what level would be the default budget. And we had also asked, again, what you had asked for, Keith, there is to understand as best we could from the administration all the items that could potentially be on the table. There was also, I think, somewhat of a discussion that we might want to begin talking about potential process. You've laid out a few things already. I think there was also discussion of what work this board should be doing during the month of March, and then what work would be the responsibility of the board that gets sworn in on April 1st. So that's some of the context I think that you were kind of asking about.
Right.
And you know.
I
don't-
was thinking that we would, this board would work on a potential budget, and then there would be a vote of adoption of that in April or early May, and then if we needed to go out for a vote, we'd go out for a vote, or we've adopted a default budget, I guess. That was kind of timeline that I was thinking of.
So I guess to the board members, we have some, certainly opportunity here for discussion, and I think, the items that we received, as well as, Jeannie, I had been giving you some input on some things that you were sending to me, and I assume that resulted in the non-mandated items for consideration.
It did.
Item that has made it up onto board docs. And there's a lot of...
And it may grow even.
Yeah.
It's been interesting pulling out the non-mandated items.
There's a lot of information in all of this, and I guess at this point, there is no motion, but there's a fair amount of discussion to be had here, and I would just sort of begin by opening, Keith, it's still really under Finance Committee report, but, I think
we're now, if we're gonna be charged with trying to put together a budget proposal for the full board, then we need to hear what the full board, what board members, what the parameters are, and sort of get a consensus of the board of what the parameters should be and what we should look at before we bring back a proposal.
Henry.
I'm not sure where we left this on Thursday, but my understanding was we had asked the 6 new board members to join us in this discussion. Am I correct in that?
And we had, and at least 2 of them were here at one point this evening.
We had 4 of them.
I'm sorry, we had 4. I missed who was all here, but at least there were a number here. But at this point, we had. They were made aware of again, that this meeting was happening this evening. So right now, they're not at the table. Miriam.
I seem to recall that we had set a goal for this meeting, that we were going to come out of this meeting having some of the things Keith was talking about, but there were a few that we identified that we wanted to have set. One of them was the number of elections, right? I believe that was. Am I misremembering? I thought we had set a goal for this meeting.
Well, I think that we would have a discussion about the thinking on that, whether or not the question of I don't know that we'll finalize a decision, but Keith was talking about the parameters. Yeah, I guess David, we have one board member here. One board member elect here as as far as being at the table for the conversation.
It's okay if he joins up?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
A couple more.
Well, Brian's there too.
They're all.
And Scott's there.
Or are they go out for drinks or something?
Jeez. Can I have a point of order there, or is it nothing against opening the discussion, but is it within our purview to invite certain members of the public in and not others?
Absolutely. I mean, because just as we can ask for input from the administration, the same thing would come up if it were an executive session. We can ask to have people join us in an executive session. So, that is part of it. And we had that discussion at the Thursday night meeting as well.
Can I go ahead and make
Yeah.
a comment?
Yeah.
So we're just going to have a discussion about some of these points that Keith brought up. So I feel fairly strongly against the notion of just going for the default budget and simply saying we're going to take it as our role to come up with the default budget. And the reason I feel that way is I feel that that's abdicating our responsibility as managers of the school district budget, because in a sense it would say if the default budget was 100,000 less, that's what we would do. If it was 100,000 more, that's what we would do. And I think that divorces us from the challenging decisions about, deciding not just what to cut, but how much. I also think it's important to have, I don't want to have multiple elections because the cost is high, and we heard that the public doesn't want to pay a lot at this point, and that makes sense to me. But another reason I think it's important is that I would like to have some public support of the budget. And I feel like if we can't go out and give a good rationale, not only for what we did, but how much, we're going to lose that support, and we're going to lose a lot of our legitimacy as a body that has the knowledge to direct and move the district forward. So I guess I would very much like to see one election, and I'd like to see us determine as a board what we want that financial goal to be, and not just take the default budget as where we need to be.
Since Miriam has begun with that discussion, I would like to keep us on point for that for right now, if that's okay, Keith?
I have a point of order, real quick.
Yeah.
Should we invite the 3 new board members to join us at the table and give them ability to comment? I'm sorry I keep asking about this, but I just don't want to have next meeting us have to backtrack with 6 new voices. I mean, at least 3 of them are here. I think we should at least have them.
I think the point was
table.
made as the 3 of you were out of the room that we had on Thursday night said that for board member elects, we would certainly encourage you to be part of the conversation. And if you to take that, either moving into the front row or sitting at the table, however you feel most engaged, we would invite you to take that role if you're more comfortable sitting there for right now. But if you have and would like to make comment, we would certainly invite board members elect to weigh in. So. And actually, I mean, to this key, that is finance committee, if you want to.
I'm a little confused about my role here.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, part of the issue seems to be that you were not at last Thursday's meeting, so there were certain parameters that we talked about.
I think the budget belongs to the board now, and so you're gonna charge. If you want my committee to come up with a recommendation proposal, we'll do that.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
What is the role of the finance committee?
Right.
This is also be another question. But if we begin, I mean, Miriam had begun with the discussion of basically then whether or not to go out for a vote, weighing in also with one vote. And I guess I would try to build some kind of board consensus around.
And also the issue of not just directly going to.
Right. We're not going to default. Yes. And so I guess Patrick and then Aaron.
So I agree with both of those things, and I think if we do 2 votes, we don't have anything that's the first vote is going to be very, very quickly. The budget's going to be put quickly together, and I feel that it's going to be an inchoate budget that really doesn't reflect a thoughtful consideration of what we need to do. The other thing, and I don't think this is something different than what Miriam said, or at least in disagreement, but it's not just that. A budget is not just a number. A budget should be driven by a philosophy. It's not just the what of the budget, it's the why of the budget. And the why of the budget shouldn't be 1% greater than what last year's budget is. That's not an answering of a question of why, that's an answering of a question of what. And if we can't justify the rationale behind the budget and we just say, here's a number, then that to me doesn't make any sense. So it's a roundabout way of saying not to go to the default, the soft/crash landing budget, and also to have one thoughtfully constructed budget that the board and the community can get behind.
Aaron?
I don't know if this is the right time, but I'm looking at the non-mandated items, and I would just encourage the district to really push for us to bill Burlington for the use of our buildings. I've said this, I think, a while ago. It's somewhat alarming to me, and I may be going out on a total crazy limb right now, but it's alarming to me that we as voters approved so much spending for the Moran plant, the bike path. I mean, crazy stuff down at the waterfront, but we cannot support our schools. So I would like to encourage whoever in the future, as you're looking at the budget, that we really start looking to the city for some help with our buildings. And that's my piece.
Liz?
I would also hate to see us just go to a default budget. I think that is something that we can make voters aware will happen. And so there's a real opportunity for further education of voters that, we're really trying to listen, trying to support the goals that we've set. I think, the budget process did try and establish some goals, and I think it's important to keep going back to those and discussing them again and reinforcing them. My personal opinion is that they weren't very strongly articulated or explained the first time around, and I think the budget process was extremely difficult the first time around, and so there was just a lot of barriers to educating the public, and now we have the public's attention, and I think that it is going to be of great benefit to us to really focus on the budget now, which we didn't seem to be able to do during the fall for a number of reasons. I think this is really helpful, the non-mandated items, and I'd appreciate, you know, some more information about them, like something like, you know, when you look at class sizes for elementary, well, how do you make that decision without knowing more information? Like, are there para-educators, kindergarten para-educators, are those staying in the budget? So I didn't see those on the list, and, you know, it's kind of a process of how do you make these decisions, and I would also hope that there are additional conversations with the building administrators. I know it's very difficult to put them in this position, to ask them to, you know, look down a well that has virtually any water left in it, but you all are the experts in education, so you know the impact of budget decisions more than most people on the board, with the exception of those who work in education. So, you know, I would appreciate some feedback from the building administrators through the superintendent, and I agree with Miriam that we need to be intentional, and that the default budget's sitting there waiting for the voters if they, you know, don't agree with what we put forth one more time.
Meredith and then Bernie.
I just want to ask about just practical questions of how long we have to reconsider an entire budget philosophy that we had since August to talk about, and two, what, how much play do we have between the budget that was shot down and the default budget? Because I believe if just after having been through this, I don't know, 4 times now over the last 4.5 years, there's not a lot of play in the budget. And, you know, we could be talking about, maybe you could give us those figures, you know, because if we go to the default budget, it's still going to be a tax increase of 8%. Is it 8%? About 8%?
Anticipated based upon the December 1st tax commissioner's recommendations.
And that is, as everyone knows, it's 1.5 million more in cuts. And in between there, and I actually remember I sent something out on Front Porch Forum about this. I think in between there was maybe a 6% tax increase. And of course, a tax increase is made up of not anything we're doing here necessarily, it's mostly state, you know? And so the default budget is like 1.4% salaries and benefits. So if you break down the tax increase, it was like maybe 1%. You take the current year budget, you add, you know, account for salaries and benefits. All I'm saying is there's not a lot of play. So we may want to come up with a budget philosophy, but we are kind of under a time crunch. I'm not trying to shove anything through. I'm just saying there's not a lot of play. I don't want to cut anything. I think you know, I would have liked to have seen the budget pass, and I didn't get on the school board to decimate our schools. I feel very uncomfortable being in this position. And, you know, voters are going to find out what happens when you shoot down a budget and go to, you know, cutting millions more. So I just, but at the same time, the voters have asked for this. I just want to say there's not much play there. We do not have much play in between the default budget and what was shut down.
Okay, let me just, a few factual points here first off
1.5 million.
that has come up in a bit. One was the cost of an election, which I got information from Scott Schrader today. He indicated that the cost would be between $25,000 and $30,000. My understanding is that the cost of the election right now, according to Scott, would fall to the schools. I don't know the status of that. I'm looking back at Joe, but I'm not. That's what Scott said. I mean, it is the city that runs elections, so I think that there's a point. But either way, taxpayers would be paying $25,000 to $30,000. And Scott did give me somewhat of a breakdown, but that does not seem to be unreasonable to me. As far as timing, there is a question about whether we need a full 51 days or simply the 30 to 40 day warning period. Scott indicated to me that the city likes to know 45 days ahead, which means we would have to tell the city before we actually warn the voters. But that's, everybody could have an understanding of when the election is coming, and then we could do the warning on the particular day. So on timing, if you go backwards 51 days, which was the conservative estimate that we received, 30 days of June, put another 21 days back, it's May 10th that we would have to begin what I think would be 21 days of public comment on a budget that we put out. So, for timing, people have asked for something to be delivered. If we were to do one, it would need to be that we have something that this board has put together by May 10th as far as timing that you had asked about.
To have a vote by July 1st?
To have a vote by July 1st, yeah. So, approximately May 10th, which, obviously with today being the 11th, is approximately, 2 months away at the outside for when, if we were, going to go for the one vote. So that's sort of, some timing questions that Patrick had asked about, saying the why. Anyway, so I wanted to weigh in. Those were some factual things, but as far as comment goes, Bernie and then Jill was next.
I think certainly we need another vote on this, and where the budget lands, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back with the same budget. Maybe we'll go back to the 6%. But I'd also encourage for the new board to put it off for as long as possible, primarily just to get more public input and more discussions, but also the possibility there could be property tax relief coming from the state, which could, help us in the vote.
Bernie basically advocated for a vote and would encourage the new board to take time as putting it out further as much time as possible, in large part because there'll be more understanding from the state where they're coming on. The tax rates of the final information should be done certainly by the end of, by the end of April and early May. We'll have a much better understanding.
And the potential for property tax relief.
And property tax
through legislation. So.
Jill.
Like Aaron and I also, I'm not going to be doing, I'll participate until my term is up, but I wouldn't support going back with the default budget. I agree that, kind of like with what Meredith is saying and Bernie a little bit, I feel like, and maybe this is just assumed, but that we should go through the default exercise, identify the numbers of RIFs, like prepare what the budget would look like if it went to the default as a way to use to talk about the budget that we want to propose, which maybe stays at the 3 point whatever it was, not counting all of those taxes that we have no control over. Maybe we come down a little, but I don't feel like it's defining a new, what was the word you said? Not mission, not philosophy. What was budget philosophy? Yeah, we had the one that we created. We all still agree with it. Maybe there's a way to look to pare back what we propose, but if I was going to be here, I wouldn't support just the default. But I think we need to go through the exercise so that people understand it. I think there was a lot of passive voting against a budget without really understanding what it was all about. And hopefully there's been, it's really clear a lot of the comments that came out after the defeat that people didn't understand. And so I think, like Bernie's saying, if you take as much time as you can, spend some time educating the community and getting more buy-in, particularly if they see that what's going to happen if they don't support this next vote is cutting this many teachers, this much of that much of, that would just be my non-financially strong opinion.
Aaron and then Henry.
Yeah, just echoing what Jill said, I think going forward, you have to wholeheartedly go out there and try to either, educate the voters about the budget. And this is just, my observation of the numbers that came in, but I will say that Meredith did a wonderful post on Front Porch Forum that was shared, and we we do usually get the school budget passed in wards 2 and 3, but it was pretty, and 1 too. I think that post had a lot to do with it, and I would encourage, in 4-7, I know there's trends. We see trends all around the city as to who's gonna vote for the budget and who isn't. But I have to say it's telling that based on that Front Porch Forum post, thank you Meredith very much, that had a lot to do with it. And there wasn't a whole lot of, negative energy around the budget in wards 2 and 3. And so I would suggest new board getting out there and really doing the best you can to support it.
Henry and then Mary.
Yeah, this has been said, a few people echoed it, but I think we need to be able to sell this budget as in, like, you're going to get these 5 things by voting for this budget. I mean, it's simplifying it a lot, but to an extent, it should be able to say, by voting for this budget, you are preserving this, you are enabling us to do this new thing, and you're allowing us to give your child this quality of education. And unless we're able to condense the message down to, something that can be explained, something that can be in the most basic form explained in under a minute, I think we're going to have a really hard time getting a budget passed. I think the other thing, this is an interesting thing to look at, is wards 1, 2, and 3 are usually the strongest supporters of the budget, where there was no contested city council race. Wards 4 and 7 usually are the ones that most strongly oppose the budget, where there was a contested city council race. And you can see that in the number of people that turned out to vote. The majority of the people that voted against the budget were in wards 4 and 7. And so there's going to be an equalization of the people that turn out to vote to some extent. There's always higher turnout in the north end. But in a new budget vote. So I think it's both there'll be different people who will be voting on this budget in the future, and that we need to be able to sell this budget.
Miriam.
I'm a little troubled by what I put out and where the conversation has gone, and I want to clarify my point here, which is that it concerns me that we're talking about selling a budget at this point when we got some really new information that we didn't have when we planned and put together this budget in August and September. And the new information is that many people think it's too much money. And so I think that we owe it to the public to take that new information and relook. I'm not saying start at the beginning, but relook at our goals, relook at things and say, you know what, we want to do as much of this as we can, but we need to respond to the new information, which is the total number needs to be lower. It does not have to be all the way down to the default budget, but I feel we need to respond to that information. So
and from where the conversation started, what I would like to kind of say is, what I've heard is maybe one voice saying, maybe we don't go out for another vote, but every other voice has basically supported that we should go to a vote, which was one of the points that you made, Miriam, that we wanted to talk about this evening. And I will kind of give the opportunity for there to be opposition to that comment now. Otherwise, I think that we would probably look forward toward creating a plan that does look to one vote. And Greg raised his hand. Did you want to speak to that?
Yes. The budget went up 10%. That's what the voters looked at. 10%, and that's a lot of money. I don't think we did a very good job of putting out, look, the part that the school board was responsible was 3%, which I think was fantastic. Now, to get a budget passed, I don't know even if we eliminate the 3% that we increased, if they would do a 7%. I think that would just get shot down. And that's $30,000 that we've just wasted on a new election. I don't want to be a part of decimating these schools. And I think in order to get a budget passed that the voters would do, it would have to be like a total of 2 or 3%, and we couldn't do that. So it just seems to me that the best way to preserve our schools and preserve what we've tried to accomplish is to do the crash landing and do one vote.
Well,
The
so
soft
you
landing.
would be saying to not go for another vote?
Just
Yeah.
the default,
Yeah.
yes.
Understood. Rebecca.
I'm glad you threw a lot of that conversation, but when you said I don't want to be responsible for decimating the schools, the crash landing gets us there.
What do you mean?
I mean, if we go to the default budget,
I think would be okay
I think many people are proposing that we find some in between, that we're not proposing.
But that's my point. I think the only budget that we could pass would be like a 3% increase, and we'd have to decimate to get down there. And that's a total.
So maybe I'm
Just-
missing
can I just,
something.
I would like to just say here at this point, is opposed to
Translate
having a
for
full,
me.
well, I was gonna say just as opposed to having a full debate, I mean, I think what we were looking for is to get board consensus on, moving forward as to whether or not we should be having to take another budget out. Greg has voiced opposition to that point, but I've heard a lot of support for it. If we're not hearing significantly more, I think we should begin planning that we would be going out for another budget vote. And I don't know that we want to be debating right now some of the points. So I would actually like to get to Linda and then Kathy, because I haven't heard from them yet in this debate. And then Brian.
I think you need to look at the numbers and look at how much it went down at 4 and 7, and I can tell you, unless you go way down below what the state rate is, it will not pass out there, and that's where you need to convince people. And I also have to say, I don't know how much you're willing to put into that. We had side checkers getting people out to vote in the new North End, and look at the numbers. I don't think you can pass a vote, no matter what it is. So I think you're better off, and you could maybe pass it in the old North End, but it went down by so many votes in the new North End that it won't make any difference. And I think if you thinking you're going to do it, I know how much effort I put into trying to get that budget passed. And I know how much effort collectively pretty much the board put into it. Easy to get the no votes out in the spring. Almost impossible to get the yes votes out in the spring. They're tied up with Little League, end of school, whatever. And I think your time would be better spent saying, okay, this is what it's going to look like. Go with it for a year and then see what you get next year. And understand that you really need to put in significantly more time and money. Because Friends of Education didn't have enough money to do much more than what they did. That's.
Kathy?
Oh, one other thing, I need the red signs from everybody. Because they need to be used, because they have no money. So you're gonna need them eventually, so if you get them to me. He's sort of around now, but whatever color those signs are, I meant to mention it and have people bring them tonight, but.
I also am of the feeling that another vote won't get us anywhere, and that we should not bother with another vote because I think the default budget is what we have to plan for.
Brian?
It's not gonna amplify.
I'll just talk really loud.
Perfect.
There we go. I'd like to start just by saying I am new, so if I misunderstand something, feel free to correct me. But something that I think that's a big problem with the way this went down in this vote was that I think the voters were responding to many things. One of them was a lack of transparency about where their money's going. And as a new person coming in, I'm not the only one finding it really hard to get answers for questions about where money gets spent, where cuts are going to be made. So I think whatever we decide to do, we need to be way more transparent with the people of the city. And we need to provide them with some clear explanation of what the money's going to, and if they're not going to support it, what are we going to cut? And when the Supreme Court of the United States recently, or maybe not so recently, backed the Obamacare, the Chief Justice said something like he voted on the side of like letting it go through, saying let the people like face the consequences of their political choices, and like that resonates with me with this. It's like, is it really our job to jump and respond and try to like please people with this short window, or do we say
we hear you, you didn't like this, so your choice was to vote this down, we're just gonna make some cuts, show you what your choices have led to. And if you don't like that, then you better vote yes next year. And not only that, but we're gonna explain to you where it's going better. So, we're gonna explain where the cuts are, we're gonna explain where it's going. And overall, I just think we need to look at efficiency and look at, how we're spending things and see if there's ways we can save money, because there are limited resources, and the people are struggling. The people I know in Burlington are not making a lot of money, and they can't afford tax increases as much as, they even have children in the system. There's concerns about, this is like unending spending. So I'm not saying that I oppose spending money on kids or investing in children or anything like that, but we need to explain to people where the money's going, and we need to be accountable to them and more transparent in whatever we end up doing, so.
Xander and Jill?
I guess as a student who's a junior and has another year of high school, the idea of going into a school year with the soft landing budget is quite honestly terrifying to me. I don't know much about what would be lost, but thinking about the number of teachers, the increasing classroom sizes, programs that are supports and provide so many opportunities for people. It's very, very scary just as a student to look at my final year of high school as possibly being one where so much of what is good about this district is lost, and quite honestly, $25,000 to $30,000 to create options to just maybe see if we can pull through and pass a budget so that we don't have to lose supports and teachers and keep classroom sizes as small as we can. I think in the grand scheme of things is worth it to lose instead of just going with losing an experience for students.
Jill?
I guess I would say that I would go back caring more about the children of the voters than the voters. I think the voters can be ignorant. This is just where if I was here, to listen to the voters at the expense of their children and their children's possibilities and futures, I think is futile. I don't know, Greg, if I was hearing you misunderstanding that even if we went with the default budget, they're still gonna have to pay 8% more taxes. I don't think they understand that.
I don't think so
I think we
either.
need to decouple it, make them know that they're still gonna have to pay an 8% increase, whether we decimate the school budget or not. And, the focus should be the kids. I mean, the voter, it informs us, they told us something, but maybe what I'm hearing is that they don't have enough information, maybe they didn't have enough transparency, maybe they don't understand, what's yet still to come, but I after 4 years on this board, I can't imagine cutting anything more than we've already done.
Can I just quickly see if I can frame maybe this portion of the conversation, because some other things we want to get done tonight. We could really spend a lot of time, we could spend probably all evening here, but I actually have a plane to catch tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, and I really do need to make that flight, so I need to make sure I get out of here before 4:30.
That will happen.
What?
That will happen.
That will happen? Okay. What I'm hearing is this. What I'm hearing is that we absolutely have to look at what it would take to implement the default. But we should be thinking toward a vote, and I framed it that we had time until, I think, I had the date into, to May 10th. I've heard that we should make sure we do this deliberately. We should do it with vision. We should do it transparently. But that is the beginning of what steps we should be taking, and that can be guiding us through this next couple of weeks as well. Does that seem right? And let me just look around. Okay, Jeannie, you wanted to say something to this, and then what I just said there, yeah.
If I may,
Yeah.
just to add to what you're saying, especially as you talk about a May 10th vote, just to bring to your attention that a May 10th decision for a late June vote delays all hiring until after we have a budget. Delays all work such as capital projects like Hunt and purchases for the fall until after we have a budget. I'm only telling you this so you know. It's just simply factual information, not intended to sway you. Also, generally after a vote, there'd be a 30-day waiting period, but ultimately in our charter, if we don't have a budget on July 1st, that doesn't really matter. We just go to default.
There is a date beyond which our election, there is no waiting period.
Okay,
Which,
yeah.
yeah, there is that.
So just the impact of the timing, also students who often do participate in our votes and who were not in town last week will not be in town after the beginning of May. So those are pieces of information for you to have. One last piece of information for you to have that I had asked for while you were talking is just an awareness, and this is one of those things that wasn't very public and transparent. It got buried in all the information that's out there. The current budget was an expenditure increase of $2.4 million, which comprised of two elements, $1.2 million for the FY12 deficit and $1.2 million for updating the current year program, including the salaries and any new initiatives. The default budget would be $1.54 million down. Thank you.
Brian?
I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, but is it possible to, I don't even know if I want to ask this, but is it possible to just take that deficit and deal with it next year? I know it's bad business, but
I would say, Brian, that question has been raised. There is law that says you're supposed to immediately take care of deficits or likewise account for any surplus, which, by the way, we've been about 50-50 over the years. We're not in that position this year. On the other hand, there seems to be some point that if we actually, there is a possible other route. We have asked questions about it, but I'm not sure that it's anything that anyone has advocated for. It would require, I think, sort of a separate vote almost, really, of the community to say we're willing to spread the deficit out over
3 years,
over a further period of time, 3 years perhaps.
because I'm just thinking as an alternative to like drastic cuts.
Yeah,
maybe this
I think
is
let's keep that on the table as a potential issue, and I think maybe we have asked the question. I know Rebecca had asked it, that we can maybe have some further follow-up on exactly what it would take if we wanted to do that at all. That's a good question. I think we can ask. Yeah, Meredith, and then I kind of want to frame something else related to this.
I just want to please remind everyone on the board that if we don't just go directly to the default budget, I really hear what the New Northlanders are saying. I totally understood what you're saying, Greg. You're saying that what voters in your area might want would be worse than the default budget.
Yes.
That's what I hear you saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And so I think that if everybody on the board wants something that is not as bad as the default budget and is in between what was voted down the default budget, we're all gonna have to commit to going out and, whether you like it or not, selling the budget, communicating the budget, and talking about the budget. Otherwise, it's gonna get voted down and you're gonna go to the default budget. You may not like that, but that's.
Yeah, okay, just, let me go to Scott and then come back to Patrick.
Just one point I just want to make sure that's not lost here is that I do represent a neighborhood in the New North End, and the school budget was defeated by the majority of the neighborhoods in the city. It was not the New North End. It was wards 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is not a New North End issue. This is a Burlington issue. And I just ask everyone to remember that. This went down in the majority of our wards.
Yeah, and it went down in my ward, which typically is the one that passes the budget, because we're the one, depending on how well we do, is kind of how the city tends to go. And I actually, I'm going to take issue. I may not be right on this, but I think there's an alternative narrative that we need to at least be aware of what's going on here. It's possible that some people who voted the budget down did not vote the budget down because the number was too big. They voted the budget down because it wasn't a good budget. They may have been in favor of a bigger cut. They may have been in favor of even more a bigger increase, but there wasn't. So I guess I'm kind of looking over at you, Meredith. I'm not going to go out and support a budget that I don't think is a really, really good budget. I might go out and support a budget that's actually a much, much larger increase in this if I really can see the logic behind it and say, as Henry said more eloquently than I am about to, that here are the things that you're buying with this budget that are really, really, really good for our community. That might be a bigger budget. Or I might go out and say, hey, here's a budget that we're actually cutting back from last year because there is fat in this budget, and these are the things that we're doing, and we're realizing, hey, there are ways that we can do things more efficiently. Both of those are scenarios. And I think we just need to be aware that it's not necessarily just the dollar sign on there. It's an ability to articulate a logic to the budget that you're actually purchasing a good product or investing in a good product. And I think sometimes that's what's getting in our way.
I heard a couple comments here, but I would like to frame two questions at this point. One, we've had several people propose narratives for why the budget went down. My question is, how do we want to get out to the community to find out more about what is the potential answer to those narratives if we want to do anything? The second question, again, is going to be a little more internal, but maybe we come back to it later. You know, what should be the board process here, including the role of the finance committee? But I'm just sort of framing that in the order of Aaron and then Liz.
So I don't know if we can call the vote or whatever, but yeah. I think the reality is that I understand where Patrick's coming from, but at this point in the game, it's too late to do that. And I think if we are, as a board, you know, want to move forward where we don't see things like magnet school coordinators cut, or I think we can potentially go out there and sell it as, this is what is going to happen to your school if we don't pass this budget. So, you know, reduce music by 20%, goodbye hockey. I mean, you know, these are things that we had discussions about this. This is our philosophy, this is our budget. So I think it's sad that we're backpedaling here because we were bullied by voters. Maybe I'm using that wrong, but you know, I think it's time that we take the initiative here. If you don't like this budget this year, then okay, I get it. There were issues, we've talked about them, but I think deal with that next year when I'm not on the board. But I mean, you know, like now we know. Let's take notes now so that this doesn't happen again. But I think the reality is we all want to pass a budget where we don't have to lose $1.5 million and we see these things going away. And I think, you know, I think we do need to sell the budget. And it's sad to me that we're not all on board with that. And, you know, as a teacher who's coming from a district that's declining in numbers, and it's, you know, and we're growing and we need these things, it's sad to think about them going. So that's my.
Liz?
So I think it's easy to speculate on why the budget failed. There are endless possibilities. There was an overwhelming number of ballot items. There was a city general fund tax for the first time we've never had to compete with the city general fund tax in like a decade. I mean, and it was a sizable increase. So and there was a petition about cutting Spanish. And it's not like Spanish is going to go back in the budget because you turned down the budget. I mean, that's just illogical. So Spanish is still going to be out of the budget, and those people just might be mad altogether. However, wards 5 and 6 traditionally did support the budget. And my personal theory is that by removing all the distractions of the ballot items and the general fund tax, there's an opportunity to speak to voters more clearly about the impact of the vote and where we go from there. And I think Jill's right. We don't need to do a whole other exercise of visioning and goals. I mean, we had as much of a discussion about goals as possible. I don't think we had nearly enough. And that gets me to my next point, which Alan, you raised the point about should we try and find out why people rejected the vote. And to me, that just raised the hair on my arms because it sounds like what we tried to do last fall, which I saw as the main reason why we actually didn't get to have very quality discussions about the budget because we were busy doing this kind of non-statistically valid exercise of asking voters what they thought. And I would not want to see us go down that road again. I would not want to see us go out to the voters and say, why did you reject the budget? I think that's a broad, open-ended question that just invites more problems. I think there's a way for board members to try and check in with constituents about what the issues were and offer that opportunity. But, you know, I feel like we're not tone deaf. I feel like we all have theories about why the budget failed, and they're probably all correct. So our job is to kind of say, you know, let's rein in our theories to try and reflect what our goal, we initially set out some goals, which I don't see as being very complicated. They may not have been articulated clearly, but I think we have an opportunity to articulate them better. But I would really hesitate to just kind of go out and say, why did you reject the budget? I just think that's inviting a whole other process that we really bog us down again.
Henry, then I actually want to, then Keith.
So I just second everything Liz said, and I guess I have a few questions. Kind of getting back to your original question about kind of like what does a roadmap look like and getting public input and stuff. So looking at, we have one board meeting between now and that May 10th, and that May 10th deadline. And so I'm wondering, what is the policy around special meetings? Because it seems that, like, there's no way we could have one more board meeting between now and then and pass a budget. And we also, I'd hate to see us in the scenario again where we're passing a budget at 12:30 in the morning. So can we schedule another board meeting this month and then another, like, 2 next month? Like, what is the policy around that?
Yeah, we can schedule meetings. Likewise, we have finance committee, and there was a question of what should be the role of finance committee, which has often been where most of the work of building the budget occurs that then gets brought to the board. So I think it's important that, we talk to that too, because I think that the finance committee should have, I personally think the finance committee should still have a role. But Keith?
I just checking in to see, I think I got a pretty good idea when people are coming in this discussion.
Right.
All right, and so do you want us to start putting together a recommendation on Thursday night? We'll probably meet several times and we'll bring it back to a board meeting, I don't know, a full board meeting.
Well, we will definitely be having a full board meeting before the end of the month, as we already talked about.
I don't know that we could be ready for that, but we could try. And this means that new board members, newly elected board members are invited to finance. Mm-hmm. All other board members are elected to finance. And so this is sort of the workshop that gets the proposal together.
And I realize that let me just say, I'm proposing this, that you begin the work. Now, do you have the information that you need?
The only other question you didn't answer was,
do you have the information? Would you, and if you started, would it be, you're starting 2 nights from now, 13th. Would there be more work done in March? I guess, how would you picture that?
I do.
So the rest of
one of the things you didn't get to is what non-mandated programs and services that aren't on the table that we shouldn't be cutting at all. I didn't hear any of that. I heard somewhere between the default and where we asked before, so it's somewhere between there. That went, I don't know how much. It's 1.5 million. So is there going to be an increase of? We're going to reduce a $500,000 or going to reduce 200,000. I don't know what it's going to be, but people are telling me not the default, but something higher, but not what we asked before. But I didn't hear any non-mandated programs or services that we don't want to touch.
Well, I think that changes. That takes the discussion into the next. Point.
Yeah.
But I think that we need to have an understanding of process we're going to go through, to look at this first. Because once you ask a question like what non-mandated items you're not going to touch, then we're starting to actually do that work immediately, right?
I think in a general way, not looking at numbers, looking at programs.
Could you give, okay, I'll leave that question out there.
I'm not going to touch that, I'm just going
to. Meredith.
I know a lot has changed since the last time the budgets were voted down in Burlington, but we need to kind of bring some of the people into the conversation who are involved in, trying to get those budgets passed. And I think the superintendent spoke to the timing of some of these budget votes and that sort of thing. And I remember in the 90s, because I was voting for the budgets then, I didn't have kids, but I was voting for the budgets, and the big fear was everyone was going away on vacation. I just mentioned that. So that just needs to be a part of our conversations.
The timing is important when the vote is.
So Alan,
Yeah.
just, so is the, I don't know if there's a vote out right now, but is it possible to do sort of a call to order of voting to put out a new budget and not using the default budget, and then moving forward, we can talk about planning and where that's gonna go, so at least we have an idea as a board that we actually want to work on a new budget?
I mean, we have to do work no matter what.
Okay,
right?
so
Yeah, we have to do work on a budget. What I tried to say earlier was, my understanding is, my understanding from what I heard of the board was, we certainly want to be looking at what it would take to go to the default, but planning to do work that would get us to a vote. Although we're not deciding tonight that we're doing a vote, we're certainly moving forward so that, our latest that we could make that decision would be out in May. We've heard that we should be making that decision sooner, but I think that that's the approach we want to begin with. And I guess, the point of how many board meetings do we actually have, combining it with finance, I think I feel like we have a plan in place, but we need to get the process going of, where are we gonna be doing the work, when are we gonna be doing the work, and kind of on what timing.
Okay, cause yeah, I'm hearing two sides here. So I'm hearing people wanna just go to the default budget, and if that's the case, then there's no work to be done.
No, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a full new budget to rebuild.
Okay.
We have to do that.
Well, right, with the reductions, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant. But in terms of going out to the voters, there's nothing really to do in that case. This would just be the administration coming forward with a budget that would be it. So, I guess, I was just curious if we're split on that, or there's more people who want to do that, then I guess there's really no reason then to talk about going back out to the voters. Does that make sense?
Not really, Erin.
Okay.
What I'm hearing is this.
Yes,
We
tell
need to,
me.
we need to understand what it will take
Yep.
to achieve the default budget. But I'm still hearing a lot of momentum to saying, we want to go in front of the voters again. So while this is what it will take, that's one of the things actually that we need to talk to voters about, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
But that we want to go back out. I have definitely heard people say we shouldn't go back out.
Right.
But I think for some people, until they fully understand where we will go, if we go, what will choices be that we're making at the default level, for that final. Linda,
I was just gonna say, I think it's a lot easier to sell whatever if you explain to the voters in concrete terms, instead of talking $1 million, $1.5 million. You need to make the hard decisions of saying, this is what we have to cut, or we've decided we're gonna cut, so that the community knows the budget went down, no matter what, you're gonna have to cut. I mean, you're not gonna be able to go with everything you had in that budget. And start putting in priorities what you're gonna cut, so that people understand that part of the process. And then see if there's a feeling in the community that they're willing to let that happen before you decide if you're gonna have a budget. Whether you're gonna have a vote.
Yeah, I think that,
I mean,
what you described fits with what I was trying to say.
you're not telling me we agree.
Okay, I won't make that statement.
Okay.
Miriam, then Brian wants to say.
One of the things that was a sticking point for us earlier, I was a sticking point, but became a big discussion point, was the issue of whether the board should be looking at line items or whether the board should not be looking at line items. And from my sense of, we all, or many people, agreed that really wasn't the board's decision to be deciding line items. That was the administration's decision. But I'm hearing, and I was actually not sure I believed that, but that seemed to be the major way the board was moving. But what I'm hearing now is that we're in a slightly different place. I'm hearing now that board members want to know exactly what's going to be cut, and they want to look at line items, and they want to talk about it. I mean, I don't think they want to say, we're going to buy less copy paper, but I think they want to know exactly what's going on. So I guess I'm asking if that is in fact what people are thinking, and if that's the process. Are we going to be looking at specific items as a board and making decisions about them?
I'm going to leave that just out as an open
Yeah, that's
question. But Brian,
Well, I had a question. So as a new person, my questions are like, outrageous, then just cut me off. But I get the sense that the board needs to be shaken up a little. So I'm just gonna throw an idea out there. I'm hearing like, there was this idea of we're just gonna trust administration to make decisions, and they don't have to be transparent about it. We're just gonna trust that they're doing what's in the best interest. But then on the other hand, we have community members who feel like they're being left in the dark and that they're not having a choice. And maybe we don't have the time to do this with this budget. But this idea sort of comes to me of what if, and this is where it gets a little weird, we don't just say to them, yes or no, 3.1% increase, but we say to them, yes or no, is this something you would cut? And you have on the ballot 30 items. And it's like instant runoff, where you in some way determine like the priority of the public. It's like a poll of sorts that then informs it. So maybe you're giving the public too much power. I don't know. But this idea then of and I see people are laughing, but what I'm saying is like, we're debating what we should do, but in the end, don't we represent the people?
Brian, I think that there is actually some, I think there is some regulation about what you
Okay, well, I don't know.
actually put on the,
Yeah.
what you do put on, which has to do more with an overall spending as opposed to individual items. Meredith, and you were, and then Scott.
Okay.
I'll just wait.
Well, first, I just want to thank Brian for that input. Is that whether people chuckle or whatever, I think ideas are great, and the more ideas the board has, the better. I did want to just second Miriam's request for additional line item information. I think it's important. I've heard a number of people here say today, and certainly Patrick has said it last meeting and this meeting, is he doesn't know the budget well enough to explain the budget to his voters. So the best way to do that is I would ask the administration to provide to all board members the line item information that goes into the budget, so that the 12-page report that we receive, when you get to that first line that says $18,243,512, we get the documentation behind that says what are the numbers that go into that specific number, and we have that for every single item. Now, you don't have to necessarily do something with every piece of information you get, but I do think as the board responsible for spending $68 million, it's something that everyone in this board should have.
Scott, to that end, 18,005,0563.
18 million.
Okay, whatever. To that point, would you want to see every position under that? How deeply do you picture line item? The reason I'm asking is because I think it is a question that others have asked, but it could, it can go down to, especially if you got into supplies, what is it? And then is that a request that is appropriate to make of, or information request that's appropriate to make of the administration is something that would be the board to ask? So how would you picture that, I guess I would ask? Because
I'd be glad, and what I'll do is I'll send it around to the other board. I've actually gone around Vermont and to other states. That is provided in other districts, and I'll be glad to provide that, and that I'll demonstrate. For instance, one community that actually spends, they actually have, I think it's about 5,000 students, and they spend the same amount of money that we do, and they go down to things like $7,000 for paint, and you actually can get to that level of detail. So I guess my point is, if we do a budget every year, and we come to a specific number, like, and I don't have in front of me, $18,342,512, we have to come up with that number every year. If it's that specific, there has to be data behind it which describes it, whether it's in an Excel sheet or whatever program you're using. So yes, whatever the person who used to come up with that number this year, that's the data I think that it would be helpful for all of us to have throughout, not just the first line item, but for each line item.
sorry, I guess just as I look around, here goes Miriam, Meredith, and then Patrick.
My hand's not up on, so.
Well,
My hand's not up.
whose hand? Weren't there two hands over here? Oh, sorry. There were two hands over here. Was it you, Liz? Were you up? Okay, so I'm sorry. Confused. Liz, Meredith, then Patrick.
So I was just going to cover a little bit of ground about historically, I think what you're describing, Scott, is zero-based budgeting, and this board has done that in the past, and this community has done that in the past, and I think we had a discussion during the regular budget process about doing that again. My concern is that in this short amount of time, we're not going to have the time to dive in at that detailed level. I think it's an exercise that is totally valid. We want to do it. We want to take the time. We could have been doing that this past fall because we spent 3 or 4 months on an exercise that had very little valuable outcomes. But for this particular 2-month period, you know, I think that we've seen 12 pages of budget that has a lot of detail. It doesn't have all the salaries and the benefits and the paint and the pencils underneath the categories, but it has a fair amount of detail. With respect to actually getting into line items, you know, I think again, there is a way to do that if, you know, there's a continuity of a process that says these are our goals, and we have that discussion about our goals, and we identify our goals, and then we start to dive into line items. I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, I would do it if people want to do it. I'm just not a big fan of it because, again, I think we have already covered a lot of ground, and we have a lot of information about what's in the budget. And again, I would just go back to saying, you know, we have however many 9, 10 building administrators who know what those expenses are on the ground and have a lot of expertise about the impact of cuts. And I would be more interested in understanding the impact of cuts people are looking at, or the impacts of decisions, I guess I should say. But I mean, I'm sort of in agreement with you, Patrick, that we need to articulate what the goals are. I'm a more concrete thinker than kind of, you know, getting too far out there philosophically, but we need to bring it back to the goals that guide us and the funding decisions that support those goals. And I think that's where I would like to see us stay, so that we're not kind of getting to the outer reaches of zero-based budgeting or the other end of the spectrum of just, you know, not discussing details in some line items. So I think I'm kind of in the middle there.
I agree with what you're saying, but I do want to say for the new board members that we have done what you're talking about before. I've been on the board almost 5 years, and what can happen and what would happen, and if you want to go that route again, and I hear what she's saying about the time. So say you want to go that route next year, for example, is you will get people coming to public comment and wanting you to trade whatever, this person for that person. And it becomes advocating for people instead of positions a lot of times. You often will get, it has to do with who has the, sort of the time and energy to stir people up and bring them to a meeting. So it puts you in a position of a board member of having to basically reject or, you know, based on who shows up, make decisions. And it can be really tricky because you have the goals for the district in front of you. People might show up advocating for something that doesn't fit in those goals, and they will. And I'm not saying it's not like I don't want the public involved at all. It's just that we tried to implement a process this time around where we're starting it with the survey, which I'm sure could be much better this time around, but it was a start. And then going to the committee level and trying to talk about program goals and, you know, pouring the survey results into what the committee discussions. I think that all can be improved upon, that process, but just having been through the other way of doing it, I felt like we were making these decisions at 11, 12 o'clock at night without any information, not knowing how it would affect the school district and kids, just based on who was showing up at the meeting. And that's why I was willing to try this other way of doing things. That said, I think with this budget, the voters are really gonna wanna know the impact. So they are going to wanna get more of those details, really down in the details. But you just have to be ready for people to show up and say, don't cut that, cut this instead, and it will happen, you know. It's just part of, you know,
I think
you'll
we need
get
to keep
education. Yeah, sorry.
As opposed to describing what will happen or what might happen.
Yeah.
Let's keep focused on.
Okay.
It was Patrick, I got Patrick. David, you had actually, I had David, and then Miriam and Jill.
First of all, I just want to, clarify. I think I do. I think I know the budget pretty well. What I don't, I don't think what I completely understand is the logic behind what created it. There are probably people that can talk about that. There are people that can talk about it at a much more granular level than I can. But it's the logic that I think has always been a little tough. There's a part of me, I think, that practicality, Ryan, we were going to run into. I love your suggestion. And if that were on the board, almost every single one of those were on a ballot, almost every single one of those would be voted yes. People would look and say, that's a great idea. We need that. Yeah, that's a great idea. We need that. And then they get down to the bottom, as long as they weren't accruing how much all those things cost on the line, people would think that's great. So I think that's the conundrum that we always face here. I want to take us in a slightly different direction. Two things I want to say. One, I think it's hugely important not to to rise above selling a budget out of fear. All right? We don't want to hold a knife over people's head and say, well, if you don't do this, then here's what's going to happen. We want to sell. Politics are done enough that way, right? These politics of threat. Let's be better than that. Let's say, here's something that's really good. Here is what you're investing in. Not here is what's going to happen if you don't do what we want you to do. And that may pass a budget, but it's not going to engender goodwill in the community. So, and the other thing that I wanted to say is an idea for finance, and Keith, would be something along, it's been done certainly been done in other districts, and versions of it have been done here in the past, would be a series of decision packets. I think it would be great. So if we say here is a 1.0 or whatever the hard landing budget is going to be, and this is what it would be and why these would be the cuts. Here would be a 1.5% increase. Here would be a 0% increase. Here would be 2%, or so we can see not just what those are, but to be able to articulate why those decisions were made, and then we can look and say, okay, a recommendation from finance, and say these are the things that would really drive what it is that we want, as opposed to having us sit here and argue about paras in the libraries, which is not a very good use of anyone's time.
I just want to understand. So the budget is based on groups. Okay, this particular group we're looking at, we have 3 or 4 different groups on page 1. 3 different groups of budget items. We're $1.2 million over budget, and you think that letting people set a budget that they can't maintain is a good idea? I find that appalling. As a taxpayer, I find that crazy that we're allowing people who can't maintain a budget to build a new budget. If we want people and the taxpayers to trust us and us to sell a budget to them, don't you think we should stay on budget? I mean, you're talking about cutting $1.5 million off the budget because of the default budget. Well, that's okay, but we're already $1.2 million over budget. So we're cutting off the budget. What we're cutting out of the budget is what we went over last year by going to default budget.
Yeah,
what happened?
Yeah, and so
who's responsible for going $1.2 million over budget? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, and David, I think that's a very important discussion that, as part of orientation, we have to describe, kind of certain budget items, when they get brought in, where do we go over budget? Likewise, when are we in surplus?
Absolutely.
I think there's an important thing to remember in school budgets, and this is a statement that I'll make in front of the public any and all times. I've got no problem with a budget deficit. I would have problems if we ran budget deficits of certain sizes on a regular basis. I would actually also have a problem if we ran budget surpluses all the time. We would be basically taxing too soon. I think that we should have basically budget deficits and budget surpluses that come in inequality. Part of why we have budget changes in a school budget, we can have different numbers of students coming in, different situations can arise, there can be costs that come in, there can be repairs, we can have special education that can be highly volatile. All of these things occur when we've had to budget more than 18 months prior to the beginning of the year, or about 18 months prior to the beginning of the years. So school budgets in general are going to have some volatility in them. And I think this is a, you know, I'm not saying it's an answer, but I think it is something that is worth, you know, spending some time, you know, as you come in here.
So
to this.
what you're saying is we don't really know why we have $1.2 million.
I mean, I can tell you why we have all of this.
I mean,
David,
that's
what I
what-
would say is,
I mean, 'cause
I
that's
do
why
need to
taxpayers
take,
were
I
asking.
do need to take that discussion offline, but I wrote a couple fairly long explanations to it, at different places, so we'll take that offline, I can bring it to you. But don't forget that was fiscal 213, 213, where the budget was and where the deficit was, and Finance Committee, you know, monitors with the financial officer where we are in any given year, at any given point as well. I'm sorry, I lost track of, I had Miriam and then Jill written down after David.
So, thank you, Patrick. I support what Patrick was saying about maybe that's an approach that the finance committee could take. I would ask that, and sort of pulling off what Liz was saying, I would ask that as you look at those, as the finance committee looks at those budgets, you go back to our priorities and you say, given these priorities, how much of it can we do with this scenario? Still holding those priorities up as our major priorities, how much can we do with this scenario? So we're not shifting the priorities that we worked on setting, but we're trying to say how much can we do given these things. So I guess I hope that would be a suggestion, and I would love to be part of that discussion. I'll try to come to the meeting. I also want to go back to something that Brian said, because I sort of chuckled, but I actually, from your response, Alan, I would ask that we look into the notion of amortizing the deficit over a couple of years, if that is in fact an option. Not because I think it's the best financial management, but it may be a creative way of working it so we don't have to take the whole hit in 1 year. So I guess I would just ask if there's information to be looked at, if there's somewhere we can know if that's an option, and if it is, for the finance committee to consider that. If it's not an option, it's not an option, but I think it's a creative thing to think about.
Can I just quickly look out to Joe and ask if you, or David, whoever, if that, you know, that question could get answered, not necessarily right now, but, you know, at some point, you know, it can be answered. It can be, it can be answered, it can be answered, and, you know, it should be answered, you know, in due time here. Joe?
Like what Miriam said, but also would add that with the decision packets, the thing that we have always been missing, and this goes to Liz's comment about the building administrators, is the impact of the cuts or whatever within each of those, because that's what I feel like has always sort of been missing when we make a decision. But more than that, I wanted to say that I think it was great to invite the new board members to hear our conversation, to maybe get a weather report from them, but I think my time could be better used in executive session as an outgoing one of 6 board members. I don't know what it would take to shore up this
Right.
conversation,
Right.
but rather than be orienting them to the budget process and getting into debate. if we
Right.
could-
Well, let me just ask this. Finance Committee meets on Thursday night.
At 5.
And we will certainly have another board meeting that we can have further discussions at prior to the end of the month. But I guess maybe what I hear for the charge is begin looking at several different levels, reiterating first off, reiterating the priorities that we developed during this budget process, reiterating them to the administration, and, you know, asking, I think, for some different levels and taking the list of items. Also, I would ask to review the list to make sure that there's nothing missing, because when I've taken a look, I've said, and looked back and say, when we've done zero-based, what are we missing? I think it's also worth asking the question that Scott asked of, you know, what more detail might we need here? And I guess I would ask maybe, Scott, you know, if you could forward on the example that you've spoken about, in particular, you know, and, you know, bring it back. The Finance Committee could take a look at that question of, do we need to be going into deeper detail? That covers the reiterating the priorities, but also, though, you know, the idea of the vision, Patrick saying, you know, understand the budget, but not the logic. You know, if we go back to reiterate the priorities, to remind ourselves of the logic, to bring it back again with several different levels, but we need to really begin this process so that we can also be, I don't see that we are coming out of here with a timeline yet. I don't see that we're actually coming out of here exactly deciding whether or not we would be going back to the community. But I would ask kind of that the board is taking charge of this somewhat to get to, a couple points that I've heard today, both from current members and, new members on this, to say, making sure we're taking control of, what we're bringing back to the public in this case. And it does sound to me like we're seeing more interest in having more look at the detail and maybe going more line item type look. And Jill, I think I tried to use that as a way of sort of shoring up the conversation at this point, because I agree with you, we do have some more other things to do this evening. And this is the beginning of a process here, not the end of the process. I guess I'll look around to the board and say, are people wanting to talk more about the budget right now? Because if not, then I think, remember, Thursday night at 5 o'clock is going to be a finance committee meeting. And please, work through, at this point, either Keith or myself, 2 items related to this, especially if they feel like there's more information that's needed, and then we can bring it back to the administration as well. Keith's left the room. I guess it would be policy time. I did say at the top of policy, well, Liz isn't here, but so let's, Linda, if you could go and take us through policy, and then I'll bring Liz's point up, I guess, at the end.
The policy committee recommends that policy GCE pertaining to substitutes go for first reading. You want to do them individually, or you want to do them all together?
Why don't you move them all together, and if someone pulls one off.
Okay. I'll make a motion to pass. There's 1 for first reading, 2 for a second reading, and 3 up for review. The policies, I make a motion that we move all the policies A through F.
Is there a second?
Second.
Patrick? Linda, did you want to speak to any of this?
No, these are all part of the required policies at the state level. They've all been through, Nicole Mace's looking at them, and our legal staff looking at them, and I just recommend we don't have a choice, we have to have them. Might as well just move them on.
Did anybody have any discussion about any of these particular policies, individually or as a group? The one thing I'll notice, I was just going to say, a couple things I just wanted to make sure that noted. The tobacco prohibition does include all modern forms of nicotine injection, whatever they may be,
Those electronic cigarettes, I think it's there, but
it totally is. I
Yeah.
went looking for it. One other comment I wanted to make. Was the firearms policy
discussed? Yes.
Yeah, we did discuss it last time, right? We pulled it back. Okay, so.
Okay, it's all, and it's not just firearms, but the more serious
and
concern
dangerous.
is dangerous items or devices, which is a bigger concern in our district, actually.
Okay.
We're not rural enough for the shotguns to be the problem. I think we've pretty much done the best we can do, and a lot of these haven't been reviewed in many years, so I'd recommend moving them on.
Just a clarifying question.
Yes.
On the student attendance policy, where is there a separate policy, or is it a procedure in terms of the letters that get sent?
That's
procedure.
That's all
That's a
procedure. Yeah.
Could that be sort of referenced in the bottom of the policy so that it's clearer for folks to find as they're reviewing
It
policy?
should be on the new webpage.
Yeah, there's a new webpage
We have a
that
new
has
webpage that has
policy and then
policies and
procedure.
procedures.
Connected.
Well, it has Go look at it on the website, and you'll see policy and then procedure, okay?
One thing I will say to that, if you link to the policy page through the front page of the bsdvt.org, you get to the new page. If you are currently linking to it through Board Docs, you get to the old page, so that's a link that needs to be changed. Likewise, if you get, yeah, and likewise, if you link to it through, if you link to it through the board page on BSDVT, that was when I think I sent you that link prior, but
But
also
our
through-
plan is
yeah.
to close the old page and
Yeah.
redirect anybody who goes there accidentally to the new page.
Yeah, and I think-
After you
yeah.
brought that to
But
our
we're
attention.
still we're in a transition.
Okay.
It's a brand new page.
Okay.
It's, it's in the works.
Any other questions or comments related to the environmental policies? Seeing none, all in favor of the policies, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh, that wasn't unopposed, I was raising my hand.
No,
Was there a second? I'm sorry.
Yes, Patrick was the second.
Thank you.
But then also under this, did you have anything else, Linda?
No.
Okay, then at this point, Liz, you had said you had, I think, a motion to make something related to policy. AC.
I do. So I was concerned that there was a complaint made against some citizens, and I know that there's a fine line between what I'd like to discuss and discussing a personal matter that would require an executive session, so please just, give me a heads up if I'm close to crossing that line. So, the district had a complaint about the conduct of some citizens at a meeting and issued a letter to them about an investigation. And so one of the people against whom the complaint was made shared the letter with me, just because that was their choice. I understand the document is confidential, I haven't shared it with anyone else. But the letter made me question our process. And so I had some questions, and then wanted to talk about the situation being something that the board might want to look at as distinctly different from the district's procedures that they folled. I know I'm not
But
making a lot of sense yet.
you indicated to me that you had a very specific action that you wanted on the legal front.
I did, and first I have some questions, and then I can get to that. So, one question was that when I first joined the board was informed about a very serious matter in the district that had to do with a teacher and a student relationship, and we were informed about that in executive session, and so I'm wondering why the district informed us about that and didn't inform us about this. From a process standpoint.
Okay, I guess I would ask if anything touches what should be executive session, if you would flag me. But the question is, why in one process did we hear about something in executive session, and why in another case did we not?
Nikki is saying this is an appropriate question for a public session.
Okay, that's been said to me that would be going into the realm of what should be an executive session.
Okay. And then my other question is, did the administration consult with the district attorney about the letter that was served?
I can also say that right now you're asking questions about a very particular case and situation
Yeah.
that cannot be discussed in public session. If
Okay.
you'd like to ask general questions about policies or our procedures or how we generally, but anything that's specific to an
Yeah.
individual investigation, I cannot discuss in public session.
Okay.
The other thing I would note is that in our procedures, the board does come into the play as being the, an appellate board.
Yep.
And if we are getting into facts, or, discussing facts of a case, that does take us out of there.
Yeah.
And I'll remind that, in another situation, there were two board members who were party to the who were more party to the facts, but they were both gonna end up being recused from that, and, so I wanna make sure that, it's
Sure.
clear. up.
So, because of the way the letter is written, it raised questions in my mind about the legal tenability of the policy and procedures to proceed the way the district has chosen to proceed. And my concern is that the policy is written in such a way that it includes parties or categories of people that that I wonder if the district can legitimately or has a legal basis to proceed with an investigation. So, I'm just trying to say this in a way that doesn't cross that line, and I know it's kind of vague, but I don't know how to be more specific, other than to say that the laws and the statutes and the policy and procedures about equal employment, non-discrimination, harassment are all state and federal laws that hold the employer as the liable party for a violation of the law that's being cited. And my concern is that the school policy, but not the laws, identify members of the school community as being potentially liable, when in fact the statutes and the laws specifically uphold a standard of employer and employee. And so it seems to me that the policy is trying to encompass a broader group of people as being potentially liable for a violation. And I'm concerned about the policy having that either intentional or unintended consequence, and I think the board needs to be aware of that and look at it specifically. Personally, I would like the board to have a legal opinion about whether the policy and the procedures cross that line.
And, I guess in our conversations, your real thought is that you'd like to have effectively a second opinion, because these have been, vetted by council and have had a council opinion. And in our discussions, I thought it should be a board decision for us to go for, to have a second opinion on something like this. It's not something that I think, as board chair, I'm comfortable setting as precedent unless the board wants to do this. And I guess I would ask you then if, you've kind of given a description for some light that you feel has been shined on a policy / procedure that you're concerned we're not, that we should have a second opinion on. And I guess what I ask is if that's what you're thinking,
Yeah.
I would literally make a motion for us to get a second opinion. I think if it passed, if it has a second and then got passed, we would engage an outside law firm away from the McNeil law firm to take a look at this.
Sure. So the motion I would suggest is the Burlington Board of School Commissioners moves to request a qualified legal opinion on the following: that policy and procedures ACAG concerning equal employment, non-discrimination, and harassment be reviewed to ascertain whether section 4A and B and all paragraphs therein accurately establish where the liability lies for violations of these laws, and whether or not there is a legally tenable basis for investigating the citizens who were served with a certified letter on or around March 5th, 2014, for the reasons established by the district in the letter and elsewhere.
I think that goes well beyond, that goes into almost like a separate investigation.
It's just getting a legal opinion. I can email it.
We would need a copy of it, but I agree with you.
It's more specific.
I mean, I think that does get into a specific incident, and I think that the the request to review the procedure, and we can point to concerns within the procedures and policies is one thing, but to specifically connect it to something ongoing, I don't think is appropriate.
So it could be modified to say whether or not there's a legally tenable basis for investigating citizens who serve on district
Well, how about just members of the
advisory.
community, because members of the community is language in the policy and procedure.
members of the school community?
I mean, what we're asking for is.
I'm not sure how best to say this. The question might need to be, do the procedures for the policy, not can they be used for certain classes, because if you read the procedures differently, an employee has the right to make a complaint.
Right, but I
So-
think that
That's not, my point is that the policy
But if
and the
you're- if
procedures name the school community as being subject to these laws. And the laws don't apply to anybody but employer and employee. They may apply to other than employer and employee, but I question that. I would like guidance or an opinion about who else these laws apply to besides employer and employee. And
right, and that seems to be the point, which I think if you framed it in those terms is the appropriate way to frame it.
Yeah, just have to figure out how to write it.
Just a second, Joe. I mean, just a second, Aaron.
I'm just curious if there's a reason we're doing this here, not an executive session, because
Well,
I'm
yes.
having a hard time voting on something
Yeah.
that I have no idea what's going on.
Well, let me just say this. I think that the reason I think that we should not go into executive session to discuss this as a personnel matter, it is a personnel matter where this board could end up as an appellate body. If we have discussed the issue, basically we become compromised as it becomes an appellate body. If the question becomes an interpretation of a procedure and whether or not it fits under, if it's being interpreted correctly, used correctly, that is a very general question that if we are not doing, or if we get a separate opinion that we, that may not fit with what our plan is, we need to reconsider our procedure. I think it's different, and that would be my concern about going into executive session to discuss this as a particular personnel matter. John.
I don't want to speak to any specific incident, but I do want to speak to the policy as it was developed.
Joe, can I just, we have had, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, we've had some pretty significant discussions with with Susan Gilfill and also at your firm, so.
I'll be very brief.
Okay.
I think it's important to understand that the Constitution and the statutes with regard to equal protection and civil rights indicate that it's impermissible to discriminate on the grounds of enumerated protected characteristics. And that can be race, can be creed, it can be sexual orientation, etc. The school district has indicated, as it must, frankly, that it supports those prohibitions. And when a member of its community, an employee, indicates a belief that they have been discriminated against on the grounds of protected characteristics, then it becomes a legal obligation to investigate that matter. And does the investigation operate to chill public comment, public political comment? Not typically, but sometimes. If, for example, an employee who was, let's say, American Samoan, was at a public event at which other school officials were present, and that individual was subject to racial epithets about being an American Samoan, even though they came from the public, it is the obligation of the employer in enforcing its duty not to discriminate, to take prompt and effective action to stop impermissible conduct. Your policy is directed at including that type of situation. That's why it refers to other employees, students, and voluntary school communities. As an employer, we have a protective obligation across the spectrum. That's not to say that all complaints are meritorious. That's not to say that many complaints are not totally specious. But the fact of the matter is, when someone makes a complaint, and makes a complaint on the basis of a claim of protected characteristics violation, I think your policy is a good one for including that situation within its ambit and requiring an investigation. That said, we're content at any time to have any advice that we give for the reasons that we give it, subject to second opinions. That is your prerogative as a board, not ours. But I do think that it's very important to understand that there is a sound legal underpinning for the policy that you have now, and that it is based quite appropriately in federal law and in the U.S. Constitution. Thanks.
Liz, well, I'm going to come back to you because I know that in discussions with you, we've had very similar discussions, and you're still not comfortable that that interpretation is correct.
Well, it's just that, you know, and we may have to go into executive session, but taken together, the letter is accusatory in such a way that people would have concluded that the accusatory nature of the letter is connected to the policy in such a way that member of the school community is being applied not to someone being protected, but someone being accused. And so what I'm concerned about is the policy doesn't make it clear that the protected member of the school community is a defendant or someone who's, you know, being protected by the state, by the statute. So it is, there's that lack of clarity, or the letter was inappropriate. So one or the other isn't.
And just I would just like to say actually right now, and I want to point out something first off, which is if there's a disagreement on the ruling from the chair, a member of the board can make a motion to basically overrule the ruling of the chair. And if it has a second, and I think it's actually debatable. But the reason I want to point that out is because I really do think that we as an appellate body need to either discuss the procedure and say we have an issue with the potential procedure, and I would not want to take us into, I do not want us to go into executive session. I'm not sure I'll allow us to go into executive session because we are an appellate body and shouldn't be discussing the facts of the case, so that we can remain an appellate body, but we can discuss the the validity of the procedure.
Well, I mean, I can try the motion again, but, you know, I'm still concerned that what's occurred here, requires a level of clarification I'm not sure the motion will get at. So the motion would be that policies and procedures, ACAG, concerning equal employment, non-discrimination, and harassment be reviewed to ascertain whether Section 4A and B and all paragraphs therein accurately establish where the liability lies for violations of these laws and whether or not there's a legally tenable basis for investigating members of the community for violating them.
I mean, if you say members of the community for violating them, and I would think that that language works.
Could we see it?
Yeah, sorry, we can. Liz had actually sent me.
Well, that's
Yeah, that's not updated.
Yeah, this is a new one.
This is a new
That's
one.
what's in the policy. You know, I'll send it again.
Whose computer is he there on?
Whose computer is it yours?
Is that yours?
Whose is attached right now?
It's over here.
Jeff
Behind you.
and yours.
Oh, okay, well, that's been typed in. Yeah, go back to Jeff.
She's resending it to revised.
Yeah.
Right now.
To whom?
To Jeff.
Jeff.
Well, Liz and I would also like to have it. Liz LaRue?
Oh, okay.
Just saying, Aaron, yes.
I'm just curious, so how much would a second opinion cost? Am I getting
Oh,
in
a few
trouble?
$100.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's a-
You know, I
it's a
worked at a law
perfectly good
firm.
question. No, it's exactly, well, first off, I would like actually to get to be the full, the motion on the table, and we can ask that question.
Okay.
And I think that's a totally valid question, and it should be a question that comes up.
Yeah, but if I don't know how much it's gonna cost,
But there's no motion on the table right now.
So when's
It's
it
gonna
second?
come up when we discuss it,
For
okay? I
discussion.
think that's what he's saying.
Discussion. I'm just curious. Just. You could hire Bram. I'm just kidding. Use some extra cash.
It won't be a
I have a feeling there's somehow a conflict on that, but
no, they can wait
Not in 3 weeks.
Not in 3 weeks?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
It
true,
should-
right?
It should pull up.
I'm just joking.
You want to
Okay.
forward it to her?
I'm sorry.
Forward it to me, please, on all.
I did, I sent it to
Thank you.
you've got a copy.
Oh, it's not in the system, that's why.
Oh.
Should I just, let me just read what Liz said.
That's
The
not-
Burlington Board of School Commissioners moves to request a qualified legal opinion on the following. That policy and procedures ACAG concerning equal employment, non-discrimination, and harassment be reviewed to ascertain whether section 4A and B and all paragraphs therein accurately establish where the liability lies for violations of these laws, and whether or not there is legally tenable basis for investigating members of community for violating them. I guess that's the motion is made, and there is a second from Rebecca. I feel as if you have spoken to it, unless you wanted to say anything else, and then Jill would be next.
I just wonder if it should say something violating them in behavior directed towards
Can't hear you, Jill.
staff.
I think if you leave it generic, I mean, it just, is an interpretation of the whole piece. The question has been, how much would a second legal opinion cost?
Yes.
And for a review of this, what do you think the estimate for hours would be?
If I was being asked to look at that within the parameters set forth, I would probably say it would be under $1,000.
Okay.
Is there, I don't know if we can talk about this without going into executive session.
Just stick specifically to the procedure, the motion to have a second opinion on that procedure.
What I'm going to say?
Yeah.
It might be that in offering this, Liz, are you wondering if there is other money that is going to be spent if we do not pursue Is that-
Meredith, no, I think that's
I don't-
going the wrong direction. I think what we have to say here is this. We're asking, because there's a concern that some light has been shined on a particular part of our procedure, and just asking the superintendent on the side while the discussion was going on. It's not been an aspect of this procedure that has been tested prior. That's what we're looking for the second opinion on. And I think that, I don't want to get to an intent other than just to say this is what we're looking to do. Keith and then Jill.
So this has to do with employees feeling that they've been harassed or in a hostile environment.
It's an employee situation, yes, Keith.
Putting that by the question is whether a community member can do that, and whether they can make
No,
a complaint.
I think the question is whether or not this procedure applies to, the community members can be.
So we have no recourse if a community member yells or makes a staff member feel unsafe?
So,
I don't think that that's quite what's being asked for, just to be clear.
so there are a set of state and federal laws and statutes cited in this policy. This policy rests on those laws and statutes. So my question is, do those laws and statutes enable the school to proceed in such a way that we cross a certain line beyond what's defined in the statutes and the laws? And if the laws don't allow us to cross that line, then is this policy written appropriately? Because it includes language that appears to cross that line. But, you know, given Joe's explanation, there's a reason for that language, but my concern is that that language is being used in a different way in the situation we're in.
Miriam.
So I wanted to jump off your comment, Alan, about a test case. I think you said that. That's what I heard. So I'm wondering if since this policy has been on the books, if there have been other cases where a member of the public has been, where this policy has been used when a member of the public has been accused of sexually harassing an employee. So I'm just wondering, is there a test case sometime
Just
in the past?
harassing you, please.
I don't think- just-
What I'm
it's
saying,
never happened.
okay, what I did say, I asked that question, Superintendent, you said to me, not in your experience in the time in your district.
My time.
All right, so ostensibly, this is a portion of this particular policy that hasn't been tested before. There's no precedent for us doing it or not.
My understanding is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, Jill,
Just,
and then Linda.
have we sought a second opinion on other policies before?
We have, not necessarily on other opinions, we definitely have brought in lawyers, and the most recent example that I can think of is when we had the issues with the bonding, where the city did not issue bonds in the year that we had asked for them, and we had to get further opinion on that. That was one case recently where we have done that.
Okay. So it sounds as though what Joe is saying is that he feels that this is a sound opinion, but what I'm hearing from Liz is that she's feeling like if we do get a second opinion, that we are in fact going to get a different answer. I mean, is that fair? So what it comes down to is, are we in favor of getting a second opinion? I don't care about the policy anymore.
Yes, that's.
Okay, so can I call the vote if we are gonna vote for a second
You
opinion?
have just called the question.
Call the question.
Your last act
And it's
is
been
still-
seconded.
Jesus
It's an immediate vote, there is no debate, it does require, is it 2/3 on a call the question? It requires 2/3. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand.
So it's
We're
voting.
just on the calling of the question.
This is calling of the question, which stops debate on this question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. On calling the question, so 11, the all against. So it is, how did we get 11-3? Did you
I
have a
think
hand
that
up?
I had my hand up by mistake.
Okay, so it is 10-3.
You did.
10-3, and my math.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
My math still has us at over 3/4, so that does call the question, which means we now vote on the question, which is
Up there.
which is this. The Burlington Board of School Commissioners moves to request a qualified legal opinion on the following. The policy and procedures ACAG concerning equal employment, non-discrimination, and harassment be reviewed to ascertain whether section 4A and B and all paragraphs therein accurately establish where the liability lies for violations of these laws, and whether or not there is, get rid of the dot line, whether or not there is a legally tenable basis for investigating members of the community for violating them.
I have one question about the wording. Is that all right?
No.
No, this is the motion, this motion's
Okay.
on arrow. So all in favor of this motion, raise your hand.
I'm like on the okay. I'm just gonna do it. If it's under 1,000.
You can't, sorry, you can't say, 8-4. All those opposed? 8 to 5, and we would record student votes. I will let you abstain.
I'm gonna abstain. I don't think this
Yeah.
is really-
Yeah, right, okay.
Alan, what's your vote?
I voted
you
for,
did.
it was 8 to 5.
Oh,
to
Ben's not here.
To ask for the
Ben's
second
not
opinion.
here.
Yeah, Ben is not here. Typically, as board chair, it's my responsibility to deal with getting second opinions. What I will say is that I have an idea of where I will go for the second opinion. If people want to get a hold of me, let me know, but I do have an idea of where I will go or who I will ask first. That finishes that. Planning committee did not meet. We had the special board meeting. And at this point, I just would like to say something, because I think that a lot of this can actually be outside of executive session. So I'm going to ask whether or not we even need to put this in executive session, but there would be a bit of a discussion, which is the following. According to our evaluation of superintendent policy and our procedures, we need to provide a final evaluation to the superintendent by the end of the month. This has been a year in which I know when you look at the procedures, you will find that we have significantly fallen short of the procedures that we have in place. I think that limits what will come down in this year's evaluation for the superintendent, but it also should be noted that part of the procedure is that we have a 2-year contract that renews each year, and by our action last year, we are not in a year when we are at all having a decision on renewing the superintendent contract. That being said, I do think we owe the superintendent putting a letter of that relates to this policy and procedure into the file. I know, Linda, you wanted to speak to this.
Kathy, you want to read what? I have real concerns because we violated the policy. We've been in violation for a whole year, but go ahead, Kathy and I worked this out. And Greg, right? Yeah.
So it's a friendly reminder that for school year 2013-14 we have.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you at all.
For school year 2013-14, we have nothing resembling an evaluation plan or process. We did meet in June to set board goals. They were similar to the previous ones. These were never finalized, and we did not meet to set goals for Superintendent Collins. The board met in October in executive session with Superintendent Collins. A discussion was held and documents were written, but since no goals were set for the superintendent, all we could do was share opinions and not measure anything. So this lack of process is the fault of the board, and therefore we cannot do an evaluation of Jean Collins. We did not follow our own policy, CBG evaluation of the superintendent. Thank you.
To that point, I've had discussions with other board members with a similar belief, and with also the idea that we need to focus on following the procedure and policy, which begins April 1st, has very specific dates in it, and make sure that we get that in place for 2014-15. I don't know if there's any other discussion on this that people want to have, if that's the process they want to go through. I have a view that we have a job description, we have expectations, we have board goals. And while the policy states very specifically about goals, I think that we can provide an evaluation to the superintendent based on job description and items such as that. And given that, I think that we need to basically set up my view would be that we should have, and I didn't want to do this for this evening because we needed to have also input from the superintendent, but that we do have this done in an executive session prior to the end of the year, on the basis of job description and board goals. Which, by the way, while they were never written down, were finalized at the June meeting. Jill?
What do you mean by the end of the year?
Well, I'm sorry, by the end of the month,
Right. I just wanted to say that I think it's disrespectful and devaluing to not provide feedback to somebody whose job it is yours to supervise, whether we followed our policy or not. So to say that we're just not gonna then talk to you at all about what we think your performance has been, I think I would be offended if I was the superintendent. And I don't need to speak for Eugenia, because that's my position.
And Linda?
I guess I would say, I don't know why we have policies and procedures if we don't follow them. And I think that while it's perfectly okay if we want to have a conversation with Jeannie, I think it's not a valid, a valid process to have goals, to evaluate someone on goals that we never set. So I don't know why we bother to have those policies if we aren't gonna bother to follow them. So I'm perfectly willing to have a conversation. I'm not in favor of having an evaluation, because we didn't live up to our part of the bargain.
Liz?
So two things. One is that I think in November, when we did an informal evaluation, Jeannie, you gave us a write-up that had your goals in it. So we have that document. So I think that, you've set goals for yourself. You gave us a write-up that reflected the goals as you understood them. And we have already done one evaluation based on that write-up, and so I see no reason why we couldn't do another, because I think they were broad. And I agree, there's a job description, and you clearly have been very forthcoming about your goals this year, both at committee levels and board levels. So taken together, I think we have plenty of basis for conducting the evaluation.
Miriam?
I definitely agree, Linda, that we really did Jeannie a disservice by not setting goals. I think we did a disservice to the board, and I think we did a disservice to the community. I think that evaluating the superintendent is the single most important thing that we do besides the budget, and somehow we didn't do it. And I think we need to be very clear about that, and I'm glad we're doing this in open session, because I'd like to be on record saying that, I think we as a board need to admit that we didn't follow our procedures, and it was an important procedure and policy that we needed to be following. That said, I would agree with everything Liz said. I think that we can do an okay evaluation. It's not going to be directly to our policy, and I would like to see it prefaced by a letter attached to it that says basically, we didn't follow procedures. We're doing this the best that we can. So that Jeannie has that, she can do what she wants with it, and that's there. So I'm aware the time frame is short. We're supposed, if we want to try and get back on our policy, we're supposed to have something by the 31st. And then I would also say that part of what we need to do is start next year running. And so, I think that given our committee structure and other things, we may want to have a committee to start working on that right away. So I would be definitely in favor of some sort of evaluation.
What I'll offer up then is this, is that we've already said we're going to have a meeting to look at the RIF. I would suggest that we have, at that point in executive session, that we put a time limit on, that maybe don't have to agree with all the points, but to put a time on, but also has a specific format. I know one of the problems that came up was that Jeannie was not comfortable with the format that we took the last time when we did this in October, November. And I would like that we have tonight stated a format that Jeannie's aware of and understands and would go into. I agree also with your point about the attaching the letter. I also think it's a disservice. I think that there is a lot of basis for doing an evaluation, whether it fits with policy and procedure. I think There's many times that boards, et cetera, do end up out of compliance and policy. The importance is bringing yourself back in compliance, which is what we're looking to do as the cycle begins in April. And so my suggestion would be, and maybe it doesn't have to be time certain, but that we have an executive session at which the superintendent is present for the entire session, and at which we've asked the superintendent if I would like a concise document. I think a concise document both allows us to be kind of precise, but also I think allows, because there's not a ton of time, but it was a similar time frame that last year occurred after there was the renewal vote. All that happened in a fairly tight time frame. But if it's approximately 2 weeks out to when we would have the meeting on the 25th, a similar time frame to have a concise document, a 3 to 5 page document that builds on the document you gave us in October and uses the job description and the board goals that we passed in June, as the basis for describing your accomplishments as you're doing in the district. Jill.
Just a moment of comment for me at quarter after 11, 2 years ago, the board decided to get rid of our policy on board evaluation. I wish Linda was here. Because we would have failed to do this one, but I was on the committee that did the policy for superintendent evaluation, and every year we struggle with it. So I'm not on the board, but I think maybe it deserves another look. It seems cumbersome, and I don't know what the issue keeps being. But another thing was that the policy says that you're supposed to set, the chair is supposed to set the format and whatever for what it is. We actually gathered a ton of examples of forms and formats that could have been used, and so if you are going to review the policy, I'd be happy to forward those. It might work to have a format.
We have the ones from 2 years ago. We have them from 2 years ago that was used, and in looking at this with at least one other board member, one of the issues that we came up with is filling out 15 pages is such a hurdle. And we were talking about, as we go into April, putting together, and Miriam is who I've had discussions with, about setting up a group that immediately occurs at the organizational meeting to probably streamline that, but build off what we already have to create something that's less of a hurdle for the tool, for the evaluation tool.
It was Dave Davidson.
It was primarily Dave Davidson.
Dave Davidson.
Miriam.
There's a lot of work. One of the things that makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable is basically we made a big error and now we're saying to Jeannie, you've got 2 weeks, you tell us how you've done. And I feel like that's not respectful. And I think that we're going to get in the same position we got in last time. So what I'd like to suggest is that before, maybe Jeannie can be working on that, but at the same time that she's working on that, I think the board needs to come together with a single page format that each board member can fill out, that concisely can give Jeannie information about which goals we think she's met and which she hasn't. I think using the form you had from 2 years ago as a starting point would be good. I mean, I would be very...
Are you talking about for this month?
Yes, I'm starting for this month. Not a big deal, but just a way so that when we give our feedback to Jeannie, that it's concise and it's clear. It's not going to be great. This isn't going to be a great evaluation, but it would be a way of then we could sort of pull it together and give her a document about it and maybe a page of writing attached to it. I would be very happy to volunteer my services to work with you, Alan, and coming up with a sheet, and maybe at whatever our next meeting is, we could have the board look at it. And then have the meeting with Jeannie where we have an executive session. And if it has to be past March 31st, that's okay too, as long as we're getting back on track. So I just would hate for us to do what we did in the fall, because I really don't think that's appropriate.
Jill.
And I hate to belabor this, but superintendent evaluation has been one of my things the whole time I've been on the board, and partly that comes from being a government employee, and evaluations are so important and they're so prescriptive. And but one of the comments or complaints I've had the whole time I've been on the board, and I think to some extent Jeannie shares it, she's said this in other situations, but I don't know how helpful helpful it is to have 14 different pieces of paper come at you from 14 different places. And what has always not been part of our structure here, and I was hopeful that when we put in the policy that we would meet quarterly, was that part of that meeting would be just the board by themselves, coming up with a collective review of her behavior based on a conversation that sort of integrated everything we had to say, because that process of being a lone board member, especially if you're brand new or you're only on one committee instead of 3, filling out that paper is an obstacle. People don't do it. They don't put effort into it. And so my recommendation going forward is that I think the board needs, and Joe has said that we can do it. You can have an executive session where just the board meets to talk about superintendent evaluation. The superintendent doesn't have to be there. I think it would be horrible. I would hate to sit in her seat and have 14 people just randomly go around and spout their opinions, depending on what time of the night it is and what that opinion how strong, you know what I mean? It's gotta be awful.
Where's that
So-
chocolate?
Yeah, there were.
There's still a couple, you have to throw them back.
So does anyone want to take me up on my offer to work on that with Alan? I don't know if that's apropos of district policy.
The one thing I would ask, given the commentary about goals and things like that, is that if we do that, that I would like what the one page that we put together, that we get input from board members on, that we will then collate and bring back to the superintendent, would be something that the superintendent understands and says, yes, I see how this fits in with. So I'm asking that you would have some view that this is like, that we're not sitting here saying, how well did Jeannie play the violin in 2004, whatever. But that we say things that are appropriate, that we're asking appropriate questions.
Well, I would assume they would be mapped to her goals.
Yeah, I understand, but I still, given this situation, I would ask.
I appreciate that. My only comment really in all of this is my concern that I'm preparing a very extensive and possibly the more extensive budget documents for you in the next 2 weeks, at the same time that I'm doing this in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
My priority, I'll be honest with you, given where we are in the evaluation process, my priority is the district and the budget. My priority is not my evaluation. I'm sorry to say that, but it will affect what you're going to receive. I need to focus on the kids in the district.
Thank you for
Well,
your
then,
honesty.
to the point of Miriam suggesting that we put together the piece of paper that, you at least look at it and weigh and say, okay, the information that comes back from here will be valid. I think will be valid feedback. That puts the work on us at this point, but there will be a time commitment from you for an executive session.
And the language of feedback is an appropriate use of language, I believe. It is appropriate
Yeah, okay, I
feedback.
got you. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I would suggest then, that we would expect to have an executive session on the 25th, whatever day that is, that will relate to that. Okay, I guess we're charged with that. Anything else?
Second.
Aaron, did
Oh.
you say a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I did.
I thought that's what I heard you say.
Motion to adjourn.
And I'm sure, does anybody who is, okay, the second comes from Greg. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
All opposed?